So then we'll come over here, and I'll talk to the.
It's already on. Sorry.
Yeah, don't say yada yada yada.
Blah, blah, blah. I'll talk to them, and then.
Then you principals will step back, and you guys will step.
Oh, and then
over
I'll
here.
say Yamini will now lead us in our pledges this evening.
So then you're gonna say-
Let me say Yamini and.
So, will lead us in the pledges.
And then when I say that, then all you're going to do is say, I pledge, and as soon as you say that, everybody out there is going to say it with us, and we're going to face that flag right there. So our back is going to be to them, okay?
And before we do all of these introductions, we're going to take pictures. This is our board president, Mr. Westbrook. You'll take a picture with him and our superintendent of our school, Dr. Gibson, our school district. And in a little bit, he'll be out here, so we'll do pictures with your principal and our board president and our superintendent. And your parents can come up at that time and take pictures of you guys too. So they'll do pictures beforehand, because once we're done with pledges, everybody sits and the meeting starts. And then that's
You
when
guys
can
are-
go.
You get to go home.
And we won't.
We
We'll
have to
stay
stay.
all night long.
Yeah. But
Lucky.
this microphone is flexible.
I'm glad
It's already
you-
on,
I told
but
Kevin,
they
he
can
said,
just move
"Fella,
it up
you're
and
gonna
down
get
so
a
that way y'all can stand together, like facing Yamini, face me. So that way you're facing that flag and then that flag. So
Ah.
It's a closed session.
we go this way. Is that better? So that way y'all both have room. So we'll just kind of move it over
Once we're done.
and then.
Okay. Perfect.
Come on. There we go. Good evening, everyone. I call this meeting of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. The time is now 6 o'clock. Roll call.
All board members are present except Mr. Pivoto. And that's it.
That's it. Recognition items, Dr. Gibson.
Yes, thank you, President Westbrook, and guests and staff members. Tonight, we're honored to have Sophie Hooper, a fourth grader from Watts Elementary School, and Yamini Berry, a fifth grader from Jordan Intermediate School, and their principals, Ms. Curtis and Ms. Jackson, to lead us in our pledge. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, and Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I am Deanna Jackson, principal at Watts Elementary. I would like to introduce you to my Sophie Hooper, who is in fourth grade. Sophie is very involved and is therefore a well-known Wildcat on our campus. She is a member of CrossFit, Show Choir, Orff Ensemble, Safety Patrol, and Meet in the Middle. Additionally, she recently performed with the District Honor Choir, and she competed as a member of the first place winning fourth grade STEM squad at the second annual Academic Bowl. Her favorite subject is history, and she enjoys dancing and gymnastics in her free time. She is joined by her mother this evening, Jenny Hooper, and her grandparents, Linda and Butch Schultz. If you would please stand to be recognized. I will now lend the mic to
Who am I? What's my name?
to Tina.
Oh, good evening, members of the board, President Westbrook, and Superintendent Dr. Gibson. I'm Tina Curtis, principal at Barbara Jordan Intermediate. I would like to introduce you to Yamini Berry, who is in fifth grade. She is an amazing student with a work ethic that is beyond compare. Yamini rises to each and every challenge with a can-do attitude and a beautiful smile. Yamini is an eagle that exhibits all of the character traits that our student mission statement stands for. She is kind and funny, smart yet humble, with just a dose of sassiness to keep it interesting. Yamini is a friend to all she meets and a teacher's dream. We are blessed to share our days with her. Her favorite subject is science. In her spare time, she enjoys swimming, arts and crafts, and playing with her dogs. She is joined by her parents, Juliana Berry and Kara Powell. Yamini and Sophie will now lead us in our pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, in liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. As part of the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City Independent School District Community Partnership, we would like to acknowledge our numerous key partners and collaborators who are active contributors in helping the district achieve its mission. Tonight, we salute partners who help make this district a destination school district. From communities and schools of South Central Texas, we welcome Chris Douglas, Chief Executive Officer of Communities and Schools, along with other members of the organization. Your mic.
Thanks.
There we go.
I won't repeat everything, but thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm so glad to be joined by several of our office staff and 5 of our site coordinators from your schools. The others just could not get away from family commitments tonight. As a community partner, we are a nonprofit organization, and as a matter of fact, we are celebrating our 25th anniversary this year of providing services to students in school districts in our surrounding area. And with that, we are also celebrating 17 years of our partnership with Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City ISD. We revel in that, and we appreciate so much how you see the value of the services that communities and schools can provide and the partnership that our staffs at the schools bring to the team at the schools, each school where we serve. So we cannot thank you enough. We are extremely honored tonight, and I want to thank all of you for everything you do. We know that a school district has certain demands on it, and we too are overseen by the Texas Education Agency, so we know what some of those challenges can be. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you again.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Vice President's recitation of district mission, vision, values, and priorities.
Our vision is to prepare every student to be a productive citizen. Our values are leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning. Our mission is the Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City ISD provides a safe, secure, and challenging learning environment through the responsible use of all resources to afford opportunities for all students to realize their individual potential and to become responsible and productive members of society. Our priority 1 is high achievement for all students. Priority 2 is high performing and an engaged workforce. And priority 3 is effective and efficient district and campus operations.
Thank you. Now we will have the board recitation of district belief statements. Yes.
We believe all students have the capacity to learn and be successful. We believe a safe, secure environment is paramount to learning. We believe living our core values of leadership, character, commitment, service, and learning result in the ability to set and achieve lifelong goals.
We believe quality instruction addresses the individual needs of students. We believe engaging, interactive, and authentic teaching creates empowered, active learners prepared for our changing world. We believe embracing technology as a relevant tool enhances learning in and beyond the classroom.
We believe in a professional learning community culture that allows time to collaborate and share best practices in order to improve continually. We believe good communication is critical to success.
We believe lifelong learning enriches staff through professional development. We believe measures of our success go beyond standardized testing. And we believe that public education is defined by the local community with limited state involvement.
Thank you. Now we'll have the Vice President's overview of good governance indicators and board member ethics.
So we started this back in December, and each month we like to hit upon our board member ethics as well as our good governance policy. And so this month we're heading the equity and attitude. And so as a board member, we shall promote the best interests of the district as a whole. And to that end, we will be fair, just, and impartial in all the decisions and actions. We will accord others the respect we wish for ourselves. And we will encourage expressions of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas. In our good governance, we have 10 different criteria that we look at. And one of them is the board and superintendent team regularly checks expectations and assesses board superintendent manager operations. And so we participate in an annual team building activity, which will be coming up soon. We have written documents and reports for the team building session that review some of our practices. And then we can point to written plans for continuing ed for those measures.
Thank you. Now we will have recognition of student representatives for the month of May 2018. Dr. Gibson.
Thank you, President Westbrook and guests. It's always our privilege at the start of each regular board meeting to bring our 2 students of the month from our traditional high schools. So Dawson Milner, a 12th grader from Clemens High School, is here, and Kristen Raina, a 12th grader from Steele High School, is here. And students, if you will, meet your principals down at the podium or your administrators for introduction, and we look forward to hearing from you, and welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. I'm Cindy Ward. I'm the Associate Principal at Samuel Clemens High School, and it is my honor to introduce to you Samuel Clemens High School's Technology Student Association President, Dawson Milner. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dawson's mom and dad and TSA sponsor, Mr. and Mrs. Milner and Ms. Hendrick. If you would all three stand. Anyone who has been at Clemens in the last 4 years has to know Dawson. He is such a well-rounded student and a shining example of what a Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City ISD graduate embodies. Dawson has served on just a few organizations, including Buff Herd Advisory Council, NHS, DECA, Fellowship of Christian Athletes, football, track, and should I say Superstar. It is my honor and my privilege to present to you tonight Dawson Milner.
Hello. Okay. Let me move this up a little bit. Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and other members of the board. What an honor it is to be here tonight. I would like to thank you for recognizing Samuel Clemens TSA at this board meeting tonight. This year, I had the pleasure of serving as the president of Samuel Clemens TSA Chapter 640. TSA is short for Technology Student Association. TSA is a nationwide STEM-based organization that builds leadership and teamwork through the process of building technology skills. Compared to years prior, we have accomplished more than I could ever dream. This is the second year that Clemens has the opportunity to host the TSA regional competition. With the help from our active students and our hardworking custodial staff, it turned out to be an awesome event. Our TSA chapter has had the proper nourishment and fuel to keep it on a steady incline to become one of the most influential chapters in the San Antonio area. While in the process of hosting and working the regional competition, I'm proud to report that we had 27 students advance to the state level competition through their hard work the past few months and their dedication to TSA. We are also very proud to say that after the TSA State Conference in Fort Worth, we had 3 state champions, including myself, qualify for the TSA National Conference in Atlanta, Georgia, which is a big deal. Nobody's ever made it from our school before. We also had a team of juniors place 3rd in one of our national qualifying events at the state conference. For being such a newly founded organization and chapter, we've had experienced such great success in all of our competitions as a whole. During my high school career at Clemens, I have been grateful enough to be part of many organizations, from NHS to varsity football to DECA and many others, as Ms. Ward mentioned. TSA was a unique experience for me. It helped me become a confident leader and even helped me to find a major I want to study and pursue in college and continue as a career after. Next year, I will attend the University of Texas at San Antonio and major in mechanical engineering. After that, I plan to join the Air Force to carry out my skills in engineering. I would like to thank you for allowing all this to be possible and from the help from my TSA sponsor, Ms. Hendrick, Ms. Stewart, that's not here, and my previous teacher, Ms. Gossett, that I had for 3 years. And most importantly, I'd like to thank my TSA chapter. Thank you again, and go Buffs.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and the members of the board. My name is Deborah Ibarra, Assistant Principal at Steele High School. I am proud to present to you today Kristen Reyna, who is representing FCCLA. Kristen's parents, Kristen and Joe Reyna, are with us tonight. Please stand to be recognized. Ms. Jana Mahoney, our FCCLA sponsor, is also with us. I promise she's here. There she is. Okay. Kristen is currently a senior at Byron P. Steele High School. She was raised in San Antonio, Texas, and moved to SCUCISD when she was 10 years old, where she began attending Schlatter Intermediate School as a 5th grader. Kristen has remained in the district for the past 8 years. She has served as an officer for many organizations, including 3 years as a member and officer in HOSA, Class of 2018, and FCCLA, where she has spent 4 years as a member and 2 as a regional officer. She has been a member of NHS for 2 years and serves as an athletic trainer. She has also participated in our health science practicum course. Her hard work and dedication to Steele High School does not stop there, as she has maintained a 4.0 GPA. This is Kristen's 4th year participating in FCCLA. During the last 2 years, she has had the opportunity to serve as a regional officer and has gained many experiences. Through FCCLA, she has developed skills for life through character development, creative and critical thinking, interpersonal communication, practical knowledge, and career preparation. Kristen has the biggest heart, and she constantly puts others before herself. She has grown up with 4 younger siblings, so she has grown up as a leader. She is also volunteering her time with the community and outside events. She will never hesitate to help. After graduation, Kristen plans to attend Abilene Christian University. She has just received a $54,000 scholarship to attend the university. She wants to pursue a doctorate in physical therapy and is very excited to see where her education takes her. I now present to you Ms. Kristen Reyna.
Greetings, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. My name is Kristen Reyna, and I am a representative of FCCLA. FCCLA is a nonprofit, vocational, student-led organization. It stands for Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America. The main focus of our organization is family, and I have had the opportunity to participate in FCCLA for my 4 years of high school career. From being a member to a regional officer, I have gained knowledge that has better equipped me for my future. I've had the opportunity to promote growth, leadership development through family and consumer science education. Our organization has multiple purposes. The most important purpose I feel I have lived through is to provide opportunities for personal development and preparation for adult life. As an officer, I have participated in June leadership trainings. At these trainings, I learned proper etiquette, public speaking, and professional communication, and much more. From this experience, I have discovered what I'm good at, and I have also hosted 2 summer summit trainings where other schools began their own chapters. Our chapter hosted peer education trainings to help students from other schools grow their knowledge about FCCLA. And our chapter has attended and competed at regional conferences. Multiple teams have also advanced to state and national competitions. Though these conferences, we have also met successful entrepreneurs, and we have also volunteered at many events, one being the Chosen Marathon, where we had held a kids' fun run and other activities such as face painting and chalk drawing. We also hosted a very successful daddy-daughter dance that every young girl and father enjoyed, along with a mother and son night of fun. That was also a great success. It was fun to host an event that families were able to get together. In all, I enjoyed being part of FCCLA's organization, and I feel that now I have become closer to conquering my stage fright and helping others experience a great organization like this one. I appreciate the district's support, and I thank you for all your time this evening.
Ms. Michelle, hold on a moment. We're going to have Dr. Damon Edwards do the Aspiring Leaders Academy first.
All right. Thank you, President Westbrook, members of the board, Dr. Gibson. We'll do a little switcheroo here, call it audible. It is my privilege tonight to share with you information related to our Aspiring Leader Academy. Bottom line up front on this academy is that it is the academy for teacher, leaders, and counselors, other various staff members seeking opportunities to learn more about administrative leadership. Participants submitted applications and were selected based on criteria related to experience and graduate coursework for a degree in administration. The academy was held on Wednesday evenings once a month. A little bit additional background. Throughout the year, district leaders presented information in their individual areas of expertise. These topics included creating a district vision, importance of leadership, balanced leadership, the impact and importance of change, data reviews to guide decisions, impacts on student learning, impacts of school finance, special programs, budgets and finance, purchasing, facilities, construction, maintenance, and transportation. So they got a broad overview of district operations and district leaderships. I'd like to just take a few moments to read some of the statements that our participants closed with as we asked for feedback, which we routinely do. One of the questions was, what were the key outcomes as a result of your participation in the Aspiring Leader? Some of the comments, I won't read them all, but some of the comments is, I understand more about all the pieces of district and how they meticulously work together. I've also learned about myself and have grown into a person that can admit my faults and learn to change to fit the needs of my district. I was able to learn about the different systems, the way they work within the district to keep all things moving and sailing. It helped me understand how much work goes into leading a district. It made me more aware of how I can perhaps offer a little bit of help to others that may have questions about some things I've learned that may come up along the way. Another statement is, how did Aspiring Leaders help you shape your perspective on instructional leadership and school operations? A few of the comments, the Academy has shaped my perspective on the district instructional leadership by allowing me to understand what is going on at higher levels to ensure that our district is moving in the right direction. My perspective on district operations has been shaped by this learning by showing me what it really takes to keep our district running and appreciate all they do on the operations side to run the district as fiscally responsible as possible. Just a couple more. The SCUCISD Aspiring Leaders was an enjoyable and informative experience. The district leaders did an excellent job. This really isn't about us. This is what they said. I'm just kind of sharing some of their input. The district leaders did an excellent job of providing for participants a vision of what life is like as a campus and district leader, as well as some valuable insight on informal and formal leadership that immediately was applicable to our roles on the campus. And then one last one. If you're looking to find your voice on your campus and explore your leadership potential, Aspiring Leader Academy is for you. You'll learn about you, who you are as a leader, and what leadership strengths you already have, as well as ones you need to develop. So those are just a few of the comments that our participants shared this current year. It was a great group. We had a lot of fun, very diverse, but that's what added to the value and to the fun. I know each of us enjoyed preparing what we were doing each time. Did a lot of instructional background on the first semester, and then had our colleagues from the operations side really come in and do a great job in the second semester, or the last part of the second semester, sharing that as well. So the participants I'm going to read to you, these are participants that missed one or fewer of the monthly Wednesday meetings. We had 3 others that will still receive a certification. They just missed more than one of those meetings. So what we'd like to recognize to you, the board, are those that only missed one or fewer meetings. So, ready? We're going to start off with recognizing April Streslick from Byron Steel. Next, from Schertz Elementary, Autumn Thorpe. From Allison Steele, Bridget Gorham. From Green Valley, Carrie Carlin. From Clemens High School, Carrie Thompson. Also from Clemens, Christian Mariner. From Clemens, Cynthia Castillo-Mills. From Schlother, Jana Wallace. From Jordan Intermediate, Jennifer Hansen. From Clemens, Jessica Grant. Schertz Elementary, Karina Cortez. Schlother Intermediate, Lawrence Peters. From Wilder, Loretta Maldonado. From Dobie, Nancy Pryor Johnson. From Schlother, Tracy Hamilton. From Clemens, Vanessa Silva. Also from Clemens, Wendy Potts. And our two others of our leaders that completed the requirements but were unable to attend due to other obligations are Justin Linthicum from Byron Steel and Ricky Davis from Cibolo Valley. And family members, if you'd like to come up and take photos, you can make your way to the front if you'd like. Again, this was a fantastic group. I would ask any of them if they would want to talk, but probably all of them would like to share some experiences with you. But they did a great job of immediately taking this learning back. They taught us some things, but immediately taking the learning back and applying it. One of the things we often talk about, leadership is not a position. It's not a title. It's who you are. And this group definitely embodies that, and it was a fantastic group to work with. So if y'all would help me thank them and appreciate them one more time.
Dr. Edwards, approximately how many graduates do we have now in the district?
Total, somewhere between 80 and 100, because we've had a little 20 or better each year for the last 3 or 4 years.
3 or 4 years?
Yes, sir.
Great job, thank you. Now we will have Dr. Burkholder, Leaders in Innovative Teaching.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. Tonight we're recognizing the outstanding educators who completed our very first Leaders of Innovative Teaching Academy. The LIT Academy was created in collaboration with content coordinators to develop teacher leaders and build capacity for technology integration on campuses. At the heart of LIT is pedagogy. The content is designed to align to T-test requirements to support teachers as they move toward distinction on the T-test continuum. These dedicated educators have transferred their learning into classrooms and are integrating technology as well as innovative pedagogy in effective, meaningful ways. The impact of this academy is best described by one of our teachers. Lit has shown us that it does not matter what grade level or content you teach, but that our common goal is to engage students in creative ways with the use of technology. The cohort gained so much this year from each other and the coordinators. We also ignited a spark on our campuses by spreading the knowledge we gained. So it's with tremendous pride that I introduce to you these innovative teacher leaders. Carol Allen. Maria Hayes. Michelle Hendrick. Christy Loomis. Wendy Luna. Jill Miller. Jillian Pratt. And Michelle Slate. And then also, I want to recognize our coordinators who helped develop this. Linda Coolbaugh. Caleb Hudgens. And Lana Pratt. Oh my goodness, and I left one out. I feel terrible. Miss Lori Pivito. Also, Miss Allison Wolf.
Now we have Michelle Shea for student recognition.
Thank you. Good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, and members of our school board. Tonight we're here to recognize our SCUC students who have achieved outstanding academic and athletic distinction, as well as some in career and technology. We applaud their commitment and dedication to perform in these areas and bring excellence to our district. Parents, students, and friends, thank you for joining us tonight and for this chance to recognize academic and athletic excellence. Students, congratulations on your accomplishments and best of luck in your bright future. Guests, we please ask that you hold your applause until we've recognized all students in their respective categories. So starting us off with athletics tonight are our academic all-state teams. These recognize high school athletes who excel in the following categories of grade point average, class rank, and ACT or SAT scores. We applaud them for their commitment and dedication to perform with the highest level of excellence academically and on the field or court. From Clemens High School in baseball, David Flatman, James Gaitan, Bryce Larson, Peyton McDowell, Tyler Smith, Jet Speed, Ryan Vaughn, and Jonathan Voos. Yes. Yes, parents, come on up to take pictures, sorry, for Clemens baseball. Sorry, come on up. Let me move out of the way.
I'm catching your head. All right.
Congratulations. Our next group of academic all-staters are the Clemens boys soccer players, Chase Billings, Connor Corey, Richard Lyons, Manuel Morales, Justin Valdez, Nathaniel Valdez, and Braylon Wade. Congratulations. Congratulations, gentlemen. Representing Clemens High School girls soccer for Academic All-State are Madeline Cheadle, Jocelyn Hernandez, Emily Newton, Alyssa Raymer, and Jasmine Willite. Congratulations, ladies. Nice work. Representing Steele High School baseball for Academic All-State, Austin DeLuca, Braden Lazenby, and Dalton Woody. Congratulations. And last but certainly not least for our Academic All-State are our Steel Track and Field students, Alessandro Acosta and Brendan Brady. Come in the middle. Come on in. Yeah. Congratulations. Our next group of students were recognized for the athletic excellence at the state or national level. These student athletes competed at the state track meet held this last weekend at the University of Texas, May 5th, and qualified, and they were at state. So for representing Steele High School, Ati Osby, Kenny Brodnax, Jada Fleming, Camry Hill, Kiara Moody, Danae Morgan, and Kiera Taylor Mathis. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice job. You even had the pose down and everything. Thank you. So our next group of students are representing career and technology education. Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, who we have our representative up here, is a national career and technical student organization that provides personal growth, leadership, and career preparation opportunities for students in family and consumer sciences education. The following students were selected to compete in the upcoming national competition in their respective categories in Atlanta, Georgia, June 27th to July 3rd. From Steele High School, Lillian Carson, Wyatt Folsom, Madison Harper, and Samantha Huffman. Congratulations and good luck. Our next group of students represent the Future Farmers of America, or FFA, and this organization helps the next generation of students explore their interests in a broad range of agricultural career pathways. The following students were state qualifiers in their respective areas and competed during the month of April. 4 of the individuals that I'll be naming placed in the top 10 in the entire state. Representing Clemens High School, Robin Almaraz, Courtney Hargis, Richard Lyons, Camden Mooney, Cale Mooney, Summer Morganroth, Austin Pittman, Cordelia Reagan, Paisley Roberts, and Aaron Suarez. Congratulations. And Richard Lyons was 8th in state, and Paisley was 10th in state. Congratulations to them for this. Okay. I also want to recognize Ethan Bowman. Ethan, will you raise your hand? So he's representing Steele High School, and congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations, nice job. And last but not least, tonight we'll be representing some of our students for their fine arts accomplishments. The Clemens Color Guard, or Winter Guard, celebrated a successful season competing in the 2017-2018 TECA Winter Guard competition circuit. Both the junior varsity and varsity winter teams qualified to compete at the TECA State Winter Guard competition in Kingsville, Texas on April 7th. The junior varsity team competed in the novice division and placed second. The varsity team finished with a respectable 8th place after competing in the Regional A division. Both of these teams had an incredible season as they competed against some of the top-ranking color guard teams in the North and South zones. Here tonight, representing the Clemens Junior Varsity team, are Jasmine Clark, Marissa Garcia Ibarra, Riley Hassel, and Celeste Smith. Come on up. Congratulations. And representing the Clemens varsity Winter Guard team are Hannah Cleveland, Sarah Dunlap, Madison Eldridge, Abigail Slaughter, Ainsley Vaughn, and Mariana Zurovec. Congratulations. They're way more coordinated when they're doing their performances. That indeed. This wasn't choreographed, right? So it's harder to. Congratulations, ladies. Nice job. So the cast and crew of Homestead Steele High School's one-act play had a tremendous run this year, advancing to the UIL State One-Act Play Contest in Round Rock on April 25th. This is definitely no easy task, as they had to advance from contests at the zone, district, by district, area, and regional contests. This is the first time in school history that the one-act play has advanced to the state contest. Homestead cast and crew members are Kaylee Adkins, Yihan Cheng, Kaden Gapasangra, Lily Gordon, Tessa Johnson, Kiana Lee, India McKnight, Brooklyn Moore, Victoria Olivas, Jade Reed, Carolina Sefferly, Crystal Suministrado, Omalis Torres, and Mia Wright. Congratulations. And the entire cast and crew did show up tonight. Congratulations. Nice job. Come on down. Yeah. Yeah. In addition, as they're getting their pictures taken, the following students received individual recognition for their performances at the State One Act Play Contest. India McKnight received honorable mention All-Star Cast, and Mia Wright All-Star Cast. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. This concludes the student recognition portion of our meeting.
Congratulations. Great job.
Another great, excellent showing by our students. That's the reason why we're all here. Great job. Next, we will have public comments. The Board of Trustees will now hear public comments. In order to provide consistency and fairness to all individuals, public comments will be heard in accordance with Board Policy BED Local and procedures outlined in Administrative Regulation BED. Comments should be limited to topics such as policies, curriculum, facilities. Any direct criticism of a specific employee will not be heard during public comments and should be considered separately as provided in board policy. In this context, individuals are cautioned to not identify any employee by name or by any combination of words or descriptions which could identify the employee to another individual. Public comments will be limited to individuals who signed up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting before the board meeting was called to order. Delegations of more than 5 persons shall appoint 1 person to present their views. An individual who signed up to participate in the public comment portion of the meeting may not relinquish their time to another individual. No public comment shall exceed 5 minutes. To ensure compliance with time limitations, a yellow card will be held up by the board secretary. We're going to modify this. I'm going to explain in why, but the board secretary at 3 minutes, and a red card will be held up at 4 minutes. If you have an issue you would like to discuss with an administrative staff member, complete the designated form located on the table in the back of the room and place it in the wooden box. Your concern and contact information will be forwarded to the appropriate staff member. By board policy, we're limited to 30 minutes for public comments. We have 7 people here today, so you can do the math. If we do 5 times 7 is, well, yeah, there we go. So somebody wouldn't be able to speak. So in order to allow everybody to speak, we're going to try to do it to 4 minutes. Is everybody all right with that? Everybody can do it in 4 minutes, more or less? All right. Let's try to start with Dr. Irene Petrisky.
Good evening, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the school board. The agenda item I would like to address is discussion item related to the tax ratification election, known as the TRE. I've done some research on it, and due to the skyrocketing property tax appraisals that have been mailed out, in my opinion, this would not be conducive to a positive outcome for a TRE in August. And I ask that you consider various things that you've discussed at workshops and so forth, the various variables, but most importantly, the skyrocketed property tax appraisals. They were really tough this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sally Dancy? Did I say it correctly? Yes. Oh, thank you.
Good evening, members of the board and everyone who has come here to the school board meeting. It's the largest number of people I've ever seen at a school board meeting. Must be because it's the last one before the end of the year. I hope that you have mercy on me. I am not the best public speaker, but I feel very strongly about this subject, and I felt it necessary to come forward and speak, even though, to be perfectly honest with you, it terrifies me. I'm here not on behalf of just myself, but on a whole group of people and parents who've been talking about what is happening with the IB program. We are very concerned about what is going on and the fact that it was eliminated. I understand that that has been pulled back for discussion, and I very much appreciate that, because one of the things that we all agree on is that we want to be a part of this conversation. I want to tell you a little bit about myself, and I'm going to try to be really quick here. I've been here for about 13 years in this district. I have 3 sons. My oldest son graduated in 2012. My middle son, who is here today as as to show his support for the IB program. Actually, my other two sons would be too. They just could not be here tonight. He graduated in 2015, and my youngest is graduating this year. We believe that it is a very important part of a well-rounded school district to have something as important as IB is, as a community, as a full-fledged program for high-achieving and very bright students. Not all kids get great grades, and not all kids who are very bright get great grades. And my kids were, all three of them are like that. And they all participated in the IB program. Not one of them got the diploma, and every single one of them feel it was worth their time and energy. My husband and I feel that it is worth their time and energy. There is more to education than just a document. It is a process, and it is a very important process, and part of that process is sometimes failure, right? We learn sometimes our best lessons through failure. And my sons really didn't have to deal with failure all that often because they didn't really have to try very hard in most of their other classes, but in IB, they were challenged. They were challenged every day. And a breadth and width and depth of subject matter. And it's more than just a couple of classes. And it's very important to us. And what I would like to end my comments on is that we would like to be involved in the discussion. I personally, my kids are about to be out of this district. Why am I here? Why am I here? Because I'm a taxpayer, and because I believe that it is important for us as a district to have something like this program. If not IB, something comparable. And you have to show me how it can be comparable. We want to be a part of this discussion. I want to be a part of this discussion. My sons want to be a part of this discussion. And they are taxpayers in this district as well. Thank you very much for your time.
Betty Stout, sorry. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. I'm also here for the same reason. I am a junior in the IB program. So, as you know, the decision that had previously been made would not affect me personally because I will graduate with the IB diploma, or at least have the ability to try regardless. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for the other students in the district, the ones who are coming into this program or trying to come into the program, and there's a potential that they'll be denied. And I'm very grateful for the fact that this decision has been postponed because I feel that this program does a lot more than you can just see on the outside. But when looking at even the statistics, they're astounding. If you look at the graduating class from last year, I have the pamphlet from the graduation, and of the top 20 students, 8 of them were IB. There were 22 students who graduated last year as part of the IB program. All 22 of them were either magna cum laude or summa cum laude. That's a pretty impressive statistic to put in front of our school, saying there's only 22 students in the program from last year. And size, although it may be smaller than some of the other programs at our school, our program has been growing in the recent years. But not only that, but a student who graduates with the IB diploma is 30% more likely to graduate with a bachelor's degree in 6 years. A student who graduates with the diploma, 70% of them will graduate with their bachelor's degree in 4 years or less. Now, it on average takes 6 years. The Education Improvement Center, they did a study, and they found that students who are in the IB program are exponentially more likely to go on to get a master's degree and even to get their doctorate. I don't stand up here because of what I want to happen with my future, because my future is already in the program. I will be in the program until I graduate. But when we look at this program, it does so much more than just academics. It creates well-rounded individuals, and it helps global interactions. There's a part of the program that doesn't exist anywhere else in the school, and it's the CAS part. It's creativity, activity, and service. It's something extra that you have to do to get the diploma. And what it does is it makes the students focus on other things than academics that are important. For example, during the month of October, some students in the program did what they called Socktober, where they were selling just designed socks and sending that money to an organization where they were able to give children in another country, in a third world country, a sink to wash their hands and help better their education. It doesn't only affect our district, but it affects the world. The IB program is about creating international mindedness, and that's what it does. And it's not just for the students who are of higher academics. It's not a program that just a small group of people can do. If it were to be opened up and more people knew about it and more people understood what it is, I do strongly believe that there would be exponentially more people to join the program. And if it was promoted and people understood what it actually stood for and understand the rigor that it does have, but the benefits that come with it, how prepared we'll be for college when we go into it, if people saw that and understood it, they would be much more likely to join. So I just want to say thank you for reconsidering this decision. And I ask that you would explore this further and look a little more deeply into the program and all of the benefits that it does have to see how it can benefit not only the students in the program, but the district as a whole. Thank you.
Ms. Stout, you did a pretty good job. That was pretty good. Well done. Can I have Megan Hunt?
Good evening. My name is Megan Hunt, and I'm currently a junior in the IB program. Sorry, I gotta turn my brightness up. International Baccalaureate is not just another college preparatory program like advanced placement and dual credit, where students work to earn their college credit. IB challenges the students who would usually just sit back and watch the class fly by. Instead, these students are pushing themselves to work harder, something only the IB curriculum can give them. While providing a support system among the students, it allows us to push each other to be successful. In addition to preparing us for college and receiving college credit in the process, IB also raises college acceptance rates drastically. In 2011, the International Baccalaureate Organization tracked college acceptance among the top universities in the nation, and they found that college acceptance is always higher, sometimes almost doubled or tripled in the top universities. Some of these schools include Brown, Stanford, Duke, Yale, Cornell, University of Pennsylvania, and many other top schools. I have experienced this firsthand. Last summer, I was able to attend Cornell University for a full university course. I was shocked at the number of IB students in this program. Almost the entire program was made up of IB students from all over the world. I have since then kept in contact with these students, and I have seen a trend in the college acceptance rates from them. Every single one of the students who was involved in the IB program got accepted to Cornell University this past year. All of the students who were not in the IB program or in advanced placement or dual credit did not get accepted to Cornell University. To me, this shows how much the schools recognize the level of preparation that IB provides. I urge you all to let us follow our school motto of all means all. Among the students who truly want to be the best versions of ourselves have the opportunity to. By obeying this motto, we show that all students matter and that all programs, including the IB program, matter as well. Thank you.
They've done their homework. Veronica Riordan.
She's my daughter, by the way. Just, reflected glory. Dear Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and distinguished members of the board, my name is Veronica Riordan, and I am currently the lead teacher for the Clemens English Department, though I will be surrendering that position to take over the role as IB coordinator along with Ms. Rhodes for the upcoming year, and to fly solo in the role for the 2019-2020 school year and beyond. I have been involved with the International Baccalaureate program since the beginning. Words cannot express how grateful I am that you have postponed the final decision to phase out the IB program after the 2020 graduates to allow input from the community and the committee being formed before reaching a decision that will impact Samuel Clemens for the future. Other people may have written to you or may speak tonight or in the days to come and will likely tell you how much IB has changed their mindsets and the future trajectories of their lives. As a parent and teacher, I would love to share all of these anecdotes I have with you. However, my purpose in speaking tonight is to tell you the story of the journey we have made, which is not something you can see in a spreadsheet of participation and results. In our first years, we were not a diploma-only program. Students were allowed to take classes in one or a few subjects, much like AP or dual credit. Unfortunately, this created a few problems. First and foremost, it did not give the students the full immersive experience of taking courses in 6 subjects, as well as completing the 4,000-word extended essay, completing an 18-month self-directed journey of service and creativity, or the college-level theory of knowledge course, which asks students to consider not only what they know, but how they know it, and how we as a society decide what is important to know. For many other students, the limited course offerings such as physics as the only science and Spanish as the only world language were a deterrent to taking the full program, even though they benefited greatly from their participation in their other IB courses. For these and other reasons, we did not have that many students complete the full program or earn the IB diploma. Finally, after our evaluation in 2013, we were advised by the IBO that a majority certificate approach was not in keeping with the principles of the program. We made the move to diploma only, requiring students to fully commit to the requirements mentioned previously. Though there was a very small initial dip in enrollment, we have rebounded and are now giving more exams and seeing more students successful in obtaining the diploma. Around the same time, the high schools introduced a robust dual credit program, which serves many of our seniors well. As an advanced placement English teacher, in addition to IB, I can tell you that the numbers in our AP classes have dropped. Yet IB continues to hold steady and is in fact showing signs of growth. What Ms. Rhodes and the Clemens faculty have worked so hard to do is to build a program that allows students focused on engineering to take physics and those who want to study medicine to take biology. Most students, however, just wanted options, even if they are not going into a STEM career. The same situation exists now that we not only have Spanish, but also French and German as well. Yes, there has been a growth period effect after this change, but numbers are now going up since we can offer a more diverse set of courses. As noted in the study conducted in the fall by soon-to-be Dr. Chase cohort from Texas State, the program is everything a student who craves and needs a rigorous education could want. We're an open enrollment program, unlike dual credit, and we take average kids and grow them exponentially while challenging our gifted kids in a way that no other program does. It is a private school education available to our community at their own public school. It is because of this that our students are actively recruited by the top universities and why we have sent students to Cornell, Duke, military academies, and other elite universities in the U.S. and abroad. What is our weakness now? As we know and was pointed out in the study, promotion. Unfortunately, most educators were not marketing majors. But now that I'm set to take over, that will be my focus, since my predecessors have done all of the heavy lifting in building a program that would appeal to so many families in and out of the district. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I would be happy to answer questions at any time.
Lillian, M-I-E-S-S. How do you say your name?
Lillian Meese.
Meese? All right, thank you.
Thanks. So I agree with everything that's been said. I'm here for IB as an alumni of the program. I'm extremely relieved that you postponed the decision to continue researching, finding out, analyzing the cost effectiveness of the program. And I think that as part of that due diligence, it is necessary to review the cost effectiveness by looking at the return on investment from your alumni. It's arguable that the most successful economic contributors SCUCISD has the honor of affiliating itself with come from the IB program, because the IB program is not about college credit, although that comes just because of how great it is as a preparation tool for college. The point of the IB program is the same point you have, to develop leaders with the character and robust self-reliance to become educated at this stage and in every stage in life, continually contributing to their local community and the workforce. Now that I am a professional and I work for Bexar County's Economic Development Department, I've seen the importance of looking at industry to determine what you need to train in your schools and in your technical programs in order to fill the need that's out there. And IB does that for the students. It looks at the students as they are, as potential budding pieces of energy, and gives them the curriculum and also the environment where they can foster the talents and the gifts that they have as potential leaders and contributors in a way that encourages critical thinking, analytical assessments, and open communication. It is not a plug and chug. You cannot cheat your way into the IB diploma. You cannot copy someone else's work like some dual credit programs might allow. And I'm not going to discredit them, but the rigor of the IB program is not found in the others. If you want college credit, which everyone in the IB program will get simultaneously with their IB courses because it prepares you for the AP test if you wish to take it. You can pass it with flying colors as an IB student. But if you also wish to take an associate's degree program online from the local Alamo colleges, there are a lot of ways to get college credit. But in order to become the well-rounded professional that SCUCISD has the potential to offer the local economy, IB needs to be part of the curriculum. The IB alumni are extremely impressive. As you've heard statistically, their resumes would astound you, and hopefully you'll be able to interact with them in the future. But they are assembling. This is a movement that the IB alumni is interested in and extremely passionate about. As the other said, it's not about us, it's for our future, but it's also for the message that you're sending as a school board of what you value and what you are investing in your future and in your students' future. So as we're assembling, we're here to be advocates for the future students, and like Ms. Dancy, we would love to contribute in any way that we can. Ms. Reardon said she's not a marketing professional, but we have plenty of marketing professionals, doctors, PhD recipients, and others that are willing to invest their skills and resources in this effort in order to keep the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paul Curtis. Yes.
Dr. Gibson, members of the board, and President Westbrook. I don't know how to follow all this because I am a stakeholder in that I have an 8th grader that's going to become a freshman this coming school year. One thing I can say about listening to these professionals that are going to be one day is that the IB program is about overachievers. Every person I've ever spoken to that's been in the IB program is an overachiever. You also got to look at the IB program, talks about the whole student. Doesn't just talk about academia. It talks about doing stuff for your fellow person around you. Go out there and help the community. What other programs do that? Does the dual credit do that for you? I don't know that it does. But I know people, and I've talked to other parents that have moved strictly into this school district just so their children can go to the IB program. They don't want to go to other districts. They want to come here. I would like to do the same thing. I'd like my child to be able to know that when she starts in the 9th grade and she's on track for the IB, that she will be able to walk out the door in her senior year through the IB program and not have to sit there. Yes, sir? Oh, I thought you were doing timeout. So, you know, I'd like to see her walk through the door and have that opportunity to do the IB program and not have to move her in her 10th grade year to another school if that's the avenue we're trying to pursue, if the school board decides that it can't fund it for some unknown reason. And that's all I really have I thank the board for listening.
Thank you very much for everyone's concerns and their comments and their information. Even though it's not on the agenda, it will be touched briefly up under the budget committee later on in the agenda if you want to stick around for that one. So it will be touched on briefly. Other than that,
Mr. President, can
yes.
I just ask a point of order? I wasn't really sure, but had any trustee asked that the IB program be on the agenda for this week's meeting?
Yes.
And so I guess my question would be then, why are we not discussing it tonight as a separate agenda item?
From my understanding, I'll explain to you like this. It was asked to be on the agenda by at least 2 board members. After discussing it with some of the senior staff, administrative staff, we just thought that it would be best to take it before the budget committee, because the budget committee, that will be part of their overall sort of task, is to address efficiency issues, and so they could better address and deal with the whole situation. So we just thought we would table it until the budget committee had a time to deal with it, do some more research with it, and came back with a better recommendation before the board. So ultimately, it falls on me.
And certainly, Mr. President, I apologize for putting you on the spot. That certainly wasn't my intent. It's just my understanding was that, and since it's not an agenda item, I guess we can't talk about it in depth, but it did come as somewhat a shock and surprise to me that that decision had been made unilaterally by administration. So it's my understanding you had at least 2 board members ask that it be discussed tonight so that the board could then have its input, maybe to cancel the program, maybe to continue it, who knows? But the request was made to at least discuss it, and then another unilateral decision was made to, I guess, move on or do something alternative. So I guess I hope this is something that the board can be actively a part of, and I'm just, again, secondly surprised that we're not having that opportunity here tonight.
Thank you. Any other comments?
My comment would be, if it's going to be discussed a little bit during the budget, can I make a motion during that time? If it's going to be discussed.
It will be touched on briefly, Dr.
Yeah, a motion for what?
For it to be brought before the full board for discussion.
Yeah, we can
Are you asking if you can?
discuss it tonight.
No, just to make a motion if it'll be talked on tonight. I'll wait till we get there.
Okay.
I guess, so let me ask a clarifying question again. Then, is the discussion going to be, again, I don't want to violate the Open Meetings Act here, so we're going to be solely limited to discussing whether or not a committee is going to discuss it, or are we going to actually get to discuss the IB program?
It would be tonight, what is posted on the agenda is the structure of the committee, which could include discussion of programs such as IB.
I mean, to discuss whether or not we discuss it at some point in the future, or we could actually engage in a discussion tonight.
I mean, I guess you can under that if you want to. I don't know what the nature of that discussion would be, I guess is what I'm at.
Sure. Then I would just make a simple request that since we do have some folks, including students, that did take the time to come here tonight, I would make a motion that we go ahead and discuss that agenda item now instead of waiting an hour or 2 hours from now to have that discussion.
It's fine.
I would second that motion.
It's, well, there's no motion.
Okay.
It's just a request that you.
So I would just request that we go ahead and move that agenda item up and just have that discussion now then.
If the audience can bear with us, we were due to take a recess, so give us 10 minutes.
Oh, I'm ready. Let's do it.
We were due to take-
Everybody's
We were due to
here.
take a recess, no?
Why not take a recess? They're waiting for this conversation. Let's have the. With the student have one? So this is agenda item C1, request, it's board action, board committee structure for school year 2018 through 2019, presented by myself and Mr. Westbrook. And so the item that we have in front of you is the board committee annual timeline. It's a budget committee and staffing, well, budget committee and then a separate committee, staffing, salary, and benefits committee. And so I'll give the board just a chance to look at it. We've had, I think this is the third conversation about this topic. So tonight it's being presented as action. So in the course, and this is probably what the people here maybe want to hear, is that at the same time that we're constantly doing a return on investment analysis of all programs, and at the same time that that discussion was occurring, there was also a discussion about setting up the budget committee. And so, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. So, and there's no shortage of Monday morning quarterbacks in the world. And so at some point in the conversation about IB, it was, I guess, realized that it would probably be more prudent to look at all district programs that are not required by law, not just IB. So we, in the budget committee, then we get two buckets. One is what's required by law. So for example, first grade math, second grade reading, and then another bucket is everything else that we do, most of which we spent the first hour tonight celebrating. So, and to just broaden the analysis by looking at all of that and looking at, I heard return on investment and, you know, things like that mentioned tonight, and look at the return on investment in all of those. And I'm going to take the speakers up on their word earlier when they said they want to be involved. And here's my challenge to you, that you come meet with me and we have a meeting about the state of Texas and what they're doing to your local school districts. They are pressing them against the wall where only things like this remain. And it's wrong. And so the energy I'm going to ask you to harness in this is to join us next January when we start our monthly trips to the state capitol on underfunding public education in the state of Texas. International baccalaureate program, band, soccer, all of that should be a part of local control. We should have the ability to fund it in a way that is not anemic at best. And so I've got all your contact information. Y'all had to give a little piece of paper, so you're getting a follow-up call from me for us to go to work on a broader campaign. So now that's maybe what you wanted to hear. The concept of the committees then, if I may, Mr. President, is that the budget committee meets, the structure of that budget committee, and I heard some comments about public feedback, which I think is an excellent idea. So for example, on September the 4th on this document, the budget committee will give a report at that budget workshop. The staff salary and benefits committee will do the same. Then per the request of a trustee at the last meeting, there would be an interest in syncing update with our financial advisor. And then what I would recommend is that we provide a public feedback section for each of those budget workshops, kind of back to the requests that were made tonight, so that anybody that wanted to participate could listen throughout the course of the workshop. And this is not our normal mode of operandi, but then at the end we would open it up and we would try to capture feedback in writing from any participant that's there. So tonight, this was the third time that this has been brought to the board, was just to consider action on the board committee structure.
Do I have a motion? This is item number
C1.
C1 on page 89.
Mr. President, I move the Board of Trustees approve the board committee structure for the 18-19 school year as presented.
I need a second. We have a second by Jerry. Any discussion can now occur.
Yeah, again, I just kind of hesitate to get into a detailed discussion of IB because that's really quite honestly not what this agenda item represents. Having said that, yeah, I'll just say it. I mean, I was floored that we had a unilateral decision by the administration, and as far as I know, no advance word, no heads up that we were even considering dropping the IB program. I'm glad we're now at a point where we are going to sit down and have an intelligent discussion about it. I know the budget's tight. I know that's a valid conversation to have as to what programs do we want to keep, what do we want to cut. I think that's a perfectly appropriate thing to do. I certainly think we need to be a part of that as a board on those types of decisions. As far as IB, I will say, I think, Ed, were you here when we did the program?
Yes.
Okay, so other than myself and Mr. Finley here, there may not be too many people in the room that were here when we went through putting this program in place. And just to give some background, it was at that time, we found ourselves putting a lot of time, attention, and effort and money on what you'd consider those students at the bottom percentile of their class, because we're always trying to lift them up, and it's a worthy thing to do. But we thought it was also worthy to, spend some time, dollars, money, and attention on those kids that needed the extra work and the extra challenge, and to try to pull the string from that side instead of trying to push the string from behind somewhat. And there was an enormous amount of time, effort, and work that went into getting the IB program in this district. I know some of the teachers are here that were part of that first phase, and it was a cornerstone of what we spent 2 or 3 years putting together. I mean, it really was. And Ed, you can chime in if you want on this, but it's, again, it was something special. It was special about our district. It was special about Clemens High School that we had that program. And I understand not every child's going to take it, and that's perfectly okay. I mean, it wasn't designed for every kid. I mean, it was designed for those kids who wanted an extra challenge, and I think some of the students came here and spoke tonight fairly eloquently about that. And I'm just disappointed it was a unilateral decision. So I think we do need to slow things down a little bit, take a look at it, take a look at the budget. I agree, if we need more students to participate, well then it's now going to be a burden on the teachers and the staff and the former students to go out and recruit your classmates or recruit kids that are coming up in 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade to take it someday and make it something they want to be a part of. I mean, there's going to be a responsibility on you too, and I think that's what Dr. Gibson's saying. But I mean, I just don't know how we can cut a program without having come to the board first, quite honestly. So I think, again, having said all that, and I agree with you, Dr. Gibson, hindsight's 20/20, I think we're on the right path now, and that's a good thing, so I'm comforted by that. But like I said, whether there's some other program being considered similarly, let's slow it down a little bit and make an intelligent decision as a group instead of just the administration making that decision. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I was here about 10 years ago when we started this program. We actually started thinking about putting it on. One of the things we noticed as a board at that time is we didn't seem to be pressing our more gifted students as far as preparing them for college, preparing them for the real world. And this was a way to bring in that rigor that everybody keeps talking about to get that higher, that top 1%, the top 1.5%, who they're going to be the leaders of tomorrow. They're going to be the doctors. They're going to be the people who make a difference. And if we don't challenge them today, they may not be challenged tomorrow. I always think about those kids that are so smart that they, like one of the students here talked about, just rolling through the class. Because they're so smart that an AP program doesn't matter to them, that the regular classes, this is a way of challenging that top level student and getting that, as I say, bang for the buck. One of the things I like to go back to, and it's something that I was looking at a moment ago, bear with me a second. Right at the very top of our mission, and one of the things it talks about is to afford opportunities. That this is an opportunity for all of our students. I don't care which student it is, whether it's the lowest student or the highest student, to realize their individual potential. It doesn't matter if it's a top student or the bottom student, and become responsible and productive members of society. If we don't do something like this for our top students, then we are not fulfilling our basic mission statement. And that's something we need to consider. So, in saying that, yes, we do need to look at the dollars that are being spent, but we can find it in other places, and that's what the budget committee is going to try and look at and see where do we need to do that at. I think we can figure it out, and quite honestly, I was really surprised that we even considered cutting a program that has made this kind of a difference in our community and will make a difference in the future. Thank you.
Wait, hold on. John was
Okay.
next.
I'm sorry. I'm going to make an amendment. So do you want to go first? Okay.
I'm going to speak with a little bit of mixed emotions because I wholly agree that we don't need a program that has a class with only 4 students. So we need to get out there and market this program and get more students in that program. Now, many of you know that I have both my kids are alumni of the IB program, and they both have done very well. So but I have not reached out to them to find out what their input is, so I'm not prepared to speak on their input yet, and I will get it from them. It's a fantastic program, but if it needs to be ramped up so that it is cost effective, because budget is tight. Our first speaker told us not to raise taxes. It's first thing out of everybody's mouth. Don't raise taxes, but save my program. We need to make sure we're saving the right programs.
John?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion that was already made. The amendment that I would have is that this particular IB program, I know it was going to be added to, or my understanding, to the Budget Committee portion of it. I request that it be pulled as a separate agenda item to be discussed before the whole board, and all the facts be brought before the whole board first, instead of doing it in reverse, instead of the Budget Committee looking at it and letting us look at it and then decide that it needs to go to the budget for further review. So basically, my amendment would be that the Board of Trustees approve the board committee structure for the 2018-19 school year as presented, with the amendment that the IB program be a separate budget item discussed before the full board individually.
I think we're gonna have to vote down the other one first, right? Have a discussion.
He makes an amendment, then somebody'd have to second that, so.
Yeah.
So did you vote to approve the thing?
I will say there's an alternative here. We can still, I guess, pass the motion and still have it on the next month's agenda. We can still bring it back on next month's agenda without modifying the amendment, the motion whatsoever. So we can still have it on next month's agenda.
So what I would recommend is we go ahead and generate the full list, because the only reason we're doing that is because of these fine people out here. We have 35 or 40 or 50 or 60. We'll have everybody on your emails blowing it up if we don't look at the whole list. You just happen to have the audience of one of those programs that are here tonight.
I think we have that because we were going to cut it. And so that is why it's
Mr. President, how are we choosing one program to be more important than the 50 or 60 others that are going to be on the list? What criteria are we using to make that decision?
I'll help you out with that, possibly. Mr. President, I didn't look into this, but it's my understanding that IB isn't just a program. It's literally a separate diploma. Is that correct? I mean, I'm not 100%. Is that true? Or okay, so I don't know this, so I'm kind of asking you, and you may not know on the spot here, but there are certainly going to be some programs that are fully within the purview of the superintendent to amend, cut, do what you want to do with them, and then there are certain things that almost, I assume by policy or by law, should come before the board. And I don't know, is this one of those, or do you know for sure? 'Cause
Well,
I'm thinking if it's a diploma program, wouldn't that have to come before the board by policy? Or no?
I would think so. I know
don't.
that the board did not approve the program, is whatever date you gave a while ago.
I'm pretty darn sure I approved the program, and I would think Ed Finley approved the program too. I mean,
We
I don't-
couldn't find it in the minutes, so we were, as part of the analysis that you're.
Let's put it another way. The school board had at least 10+ meetings talking about the IB program.
Okay, I don't dispute that.
Or more. I mean, so.
Just to throw in here, I can virtually guarantee if there wasn't a vote, if there had been a vote, it would have been a 7-0 with a very strong emphasis, and let's get this done.
And I'm not, you're asking a question, I'm trying to give an answer.
Sure. So yeah. So I don't know the answer, quite honestly. I mean, I assume so. As far as the bifurcation of how we distinguish some of these things, again, for example, we don't by law have to have Allison Steele High School.
That's correct.
But I don't think that's a decision that you can make unilaterally without this board's support.
That's
I don't know for sure that. I'm kind of making I'm posing that question.
Yeah, and so whether the answer to that question is yes, no, maybe, or whatever, I think the more prudent approach is to look at them all at the same time and deal with them all in the same way. That's what I'm proposing.
Okay.
That's why we pulled back, and I emailed Paul Curtis and 5 or 6 or 7 others out there and said, we'll pull it back, and we'll make it part of a broader study.
Okay, so in that case, the committee discusses each of these items.
Correct.
And then the committee is ultimately going to come back to the school board with its recommendations on which programs should be cut, which shouldn't be cut, which need extra work, I mean, timelines.
Correct.
I mean, it's eventually gonna get back to the board regardless insofar
Correct.
as the board process goes. And then we could have a second separate item, discuss IB,
Correct,
because if one or more trustees asked for it.
correct, exactly.
Okay, does that make sense, Mr. President? Or just,
Yes, it does.
Um,
We still need to, if there's not any more discussion, we still need to sort of vote on this motion and move forward and then let the Budget Committee.
Your motion on the table, right?
Well, I think last month we did discuss who was gonna be on these committees. I don't know if you wanna discuss that, if you want that included or not.
I don't think so. I mean, the board policy states that you can assign the members.
Yep.
And I think and actually you can structure the committees, but I think it was Mr. Emma's request to have the structure approved by the board, I believe, the structure of the committees.
Well, I think that's what we're doing right here, right? But
Yeah.
I still say that there's a motion for the amendment still on the table that either needs to be withdrawn, seconded, or
Did we get a second
fails.
for the amendment? So the original motion, we can talk about the original motion, which
Yeah,
is,
so the amended
which is-
motion fails for
exactly,
lack of a second, so now we're back to the original motion to approve the committees.
exactly. So if you, at this point in time, if anybody wants to hear the names of the board members, I'm perfectly willing to, you know, to tell everybody right now. So everybody's on the same page moving forward, because that's what you wanted, right? I think that's what the indication. Yes? Gary?
Well, I'm good moving forward with the committee. I mean, it sounds to me like it's coming back before the board. So we're gonna ultimately have, I mean, I think it's perfectly appropriate for a committee to discuss each of these programs in detail, including IB. And I assume those are gonna be open meetings if citizens wanted to voice their
Yeah.
opinion?
So, thank you for that. So the way that we structured even the workshops, which we have not done historically, so it'll actually come back to the board two ways. In the budget workshop, which would precede the next month's board meeting. Both of those would have open forum or public comment time periods.
And then the overall oversight is, it still comes back to the full board eventually regardless, and we can discuss it then.
That's correct. I would recommend no action being taken as per the way we previously operated in budget workshops, and just bring it back to the full board at a regularly called meeting, such as tonight.
And the board would begin June or July? What was it? July?
It's on the timeline.
In fact, ultimately, it is gonna be the board's decision, because ultimately, we approve the budget, so any item that would be in the budget, we would have to approve. I know we do approve the functional level, but again, all it's gonna be from the budget committee is gonna be a recommendation. The board can choose to follow the recommendation or go their own way anytime they want to, because we are the final say as a full board.
Yeah, the last step on the step-by-step that you received is March the 21st, 2019, regular board meeting, board approval of budget parameter memo for SY 2019 through 2020. To your point.
And again, I would just, I don't know if it has to be written, I think Dr. Gibson, I think you would do this, but can you also look into each one of these programs and see which is, I mean, arguably, if it's within your purview, it's within your purview. And I just understand that, and there may be some that are by policy something that the board should decide upon. And
Yeah,
can you just
so what I think is the most prudent approach, you know, hindsight being 20/20 and the last 30 days being clear, that any decision such as this, whether whose authority it is or not, is just part of that budget parameter memo that Mr. Finley was talking about.
Okay.
So if there's a reduction that's going to occur in order to help balance the 1920 budget, the full board would approve. Well, the full board would have the opportunity to vote on that.
I think it should be, everybody should recognize that, at least it was mentioned to me that when I say several programs will be looked at for efficiency, I mean, you have IB here today, but I think the number was mentioned maybe up to 20.
Yeah, we'll start the list. You know, public education is supposed to have a teacher, a principal, and a superintendent, and a board, and 4 core curriculum. And then arguably everything else beyond that is quote-unquote extra. And so we're going to look at everything that's not the base program so that we can do a fair and impartial across the board look at everything that's not part of core curriculum. See, right on cue, technology is not part of the core curriculum. It goes off right when I'm talking.
So, yes.
You can't let.
Ma'am, ma'am, sorry. Just according to board policy, I can't allow you to speak, but thank you, though. Are we finished with discussion?
I'd call the question.
All those in favor of the motion, please raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Starting at, oh, 6, David Pivito. Hello, David, he's watching. Well, he said he was, I don't know. So, motion passes 6-0. Thank you for your concern, your information. The Budget Committee, for those on record, will be Amy Drysbeck, John Carew, we have Jerry Perkins, we have Irene Patrisky, we have Letitia Sever, and Diane Weimer. Those are your 6 members. They have a tough job ahead of them, and whenever they do come back with recommendations for the budget parameter memo, we'll discuss it and we'll go from there. But, for Staffing and Budget Committee, I did talk to Staffing, Salary, and Benefits, Irene Patrisky again. I didn't talk to, well, we're gonna put Ed Finley on 2 of them.
I'll go wherever you send me.
Ed Finley is on the Staffing, Salary, and Benefits along with Irene Patrisky. Then the Policy Committee is if Irene will serve again. I think she hesitantly said it will be with me on the Policy Committee. And we're gonna work in conjunction. There's another agenda item later on talking about the adjustment for policies, because I think the staff executive leadership team will be doing that later in the year. So I think we'll be working in coordination with the executive leadership team on some level. If no other questions, we have the makeup of the Budget Committee, Staffing, Salary, and Benefits Committee, then the Policy Committee. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute, let's take a 15-minute. We'll reconvene at 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. It's 8:02 right now. We have reconvened in open session. It's time for correspondence, but I think we were going to start off with John for correspondence. You had something particular to say?
Okay, I just had a couple things. I think a few of us did the math competition, and if I say this, the title of it incorrectly, I apologize. But a few of us went and were judges at the math competition, and if any of y'all ever listened to me for 5 minutes up here, I'll tell you I'm not a math person. I don't understand numbers, so when these kids presented these big posters with all these, formulas and stuff, and this is how we got there, I'm sitting there, looks right to me. And then I'm looking down at the cheat sheet to make sure that they have the right answer. But it was really interesting competition. I think we would all agree that it wasn't just the math, but it was the teamwork associated with it and how they came about it and how they decided who was going to speak about what, part of it and everything. So it was really, really interesting to watch. I really enjoyed that. Also, and like I said, if I say the name wrong, just correct me. I went to the, what is it? I went to the academic bowl, but I was a math judge, and that's probably, I did the simple math for me, so academic bowl, awesome, thank you. The Clemens Choir banquet, is that the correct? I went there Saturday night, and it's always fun to watch that. And one of the things, and I'm a people watcher, and just like even with the kids come up here tonight, and I made several comments about how. Look how they all come up here and immediately just put their hands around each other, take pictures. And when you see these groups, I think you realize that, you have camaraderie in football and some of these things, but so many other activities, they just have so much camaraderie. And these people were cheering everybody on who was winning different things and different pictures. And it's just so heartwarming just to see how much these people really, really support each other in what they do. And I think it was a well done event, and I appreciate everybody who put that together. And then finally, I did last night, and I'm sure I'm going to say it wrong, the teacher appreciation or commitment to excellence, where I appreciated some teachers. And once again, and I say this all the time, is those teachers I'm sure really stood out in their particular fields and what they do. But I just, on a daily basis, I just really appreciate everything that every teacher in this district does, and every employee in this district. And one of the things that I really am glad that this district does is they recognize all employees for the different career fields. And coming from an agency that we didn't used to do that, and we finally started doing that, I see the difference. And then the only other thing I want to say, and I'm sorry I'm talking so much, is tonight is the police officer memorial. And let me just, if I can make sure I say it right, because I don't want to, I should know this one. But Cibolo Police Department will be holding they did hold at 7:30 their candlelight law enforcement memorial from 7:30 to 8:30 tonight. And I'd just like to take a second and, especially with the SROs, thank them for everything they do to keep our kids safe, but also, the police everywhere, just for everything that they do to keep us safe and keep my kids safe. And living in a community like this, knowing that we have such great teachers, and then when my kids walk home, that we have such great officers that they, I don't have to worry about my kids getting off the school bus. It's just really reassuring, and I appreciate them as well. So that's about it. Thank you so much.
All right. Yes, sir. Thanks, Mr. Finley.
It's okay. I don't mind listening to John.
No, it had to do with law enforcement memorial. That's the reason why.
That's important. Yeah, I went to a couple of things. I went to the, what was that again? Academic ball. I had the same problem. So you get the gray hair and things start flowing out. So anyway, yeah, the academic bowl. I was really impressed with the kids, their teamwork, their determination to get it. And they were really trying their hardest. Sometimes they didn't get it quite right, but you could tell they were on the right track. And you're like, okay, you're so close, and yet you know that when they get back in class, their teacher's going to go, okay, let's see what we got here. And it's a process of learning. And they're trying, like I said, trying very hard. And in the process of learning, they're going to make those mistakes, but they're going to get it. You know they're going to get it because they're not going to give up. Right. And so sometimes you have to fail to succeed. And I've been there. We've all been there. So I really appreciate their effort. And a lot of them got it. So I really appreciate that. It was, when we got in the general auditorium, the support that the kids gave each other was really impressive. I mean, these are some of our best kids. They really want to improve themselves. They really want to make sure they get it right, and you can't ask for more than that. So I was really impressed with that. The other thing I went to was the band banquet. I think John went Saturday night, and the same thing. You see you see at the end of a 13 or 14-year program, you see the outcome of that determination at the academic. What was it again? Oh, I'll get it. I know one. Okay. But you get to see the other end of that when you see the kids are getting ready to graduate, and you know they've worked through that process. You know they've worked many, many hours to get there, and for to watch them get those awards and be stellar, because they are, a lot of those kids are. I can't play an instrument. I can't carry a tune. So when you see students that can go up there and play, get sweepstakes for 23rd year in a row, you're kind of like, I wish I could do that, but I really love good music. So to see the band up there and really get those awards and really earn those kind of things was very impressive to me. So I was really appreciative of that, and hopefully they go for 24 next year. So thank you.
We all attended, most of us attended the board training at Region 20, and we did a workshop and got to really listen to about the A through F system, which is a moving target that we will be using. The state of Texas will require us to have next year. Also, Robert and I were lucky enough to be two board members that attended the HEB Excellence Awards a week and a half ago in Houston, and that, of course, is a great event that makes teachers like rock stars that night, and boards and everything else. And I attended a couple of spring shows, banquets along the way. And then one thing I got to participate in was, and I'm going to be on the budget committee, so this is a great thing that I was able to watch, was the high-level rounding for finance. And Ms. Maloney pulled in some of her other areas and just PEMS the data, and it was a great rounding, very informative. It was really good.
I made a list so that I wouldn't forget. Also went to the training that most of us got to at Region 20, and that was nice to see those other districts there and our other boards and watch them communicate with each other and see the camaraderie they have as well. I got to go to the Northeast Partnership, and that was another good opportunity to see the mayors and the city councils or city leadership of the local cities in the Northeast Partnership, and they've got different issues, but they're often similar issues that they're going through. Tri-County Luncheon was last week. That was also another good opportunity to get out in front of the local leadership and see what they hear, what's going on. Yesterday's event, the Achievement and Excellence Awards, was fantastic, and I'm glad I got to do it. Communities and Schools this morning, we had a board meeting, and superintendent of a different district spoke to us about what he was doing with, what he was thinking with communities and schools, and debating whether or not they could afford it in their district. And I think he's got a lot to learn about what communities and schools does and what cost avoidance it does for all of us. There was a chamber luncheon today. That was a good event. Somebody wrote a note on here about John is awesome on my notes. I'm not sure who did that. And just so you think that the clowning around is just for kids in high school, it's not.
It's for kids my age.
That's all I have.
Yes, sir. John?
Do you mind? I totally forgot one. I really being remiss, and this is mostly for Mr. Linhoff. Just to kind of reiterate how good our student athletes are. I coached Little League Baseball, and we were struggling with some things, so I called a friend of mine's dad and said, hey, would your son, who's a high school baseball player, be willing to come out and work with our kids? And he goes, well, let me ask. I'm sure he will. And so the kid texts me back and says, hey, do you mind if I bring some of the guys from my team? So he ended up bringing several people who from his team, who several of them were here tonight, and they literally worked with each one of my kids one-on-one with different positions, with batting on their day off on the weekend. They came out and never asked anything. They just came out and volunteered and helped, and I just can't say enough about the type of students in general, but especially student athletes in this particular case. And then in return, of course, all the kids want to go watch them play, so we went to the Steele Clemens game to watch them play. But it just really speaks volumes just about the type of student athletes that they were just willing on a weekend day just to come out and give up a couple hours of their time to work with the kids. So I really appreciate that, and if you could pass that on to the baseball coaches.
Nothing for you, Mr. Chairman. I did attend the academic bowl, the band banquet, and we had the opportunity to meet Mr. Miller, the original drum major from Clemens High School. What was that, about 50 years ago? 50 years ago, Mr. Miller. Him and his wife, great job. Commitment to excellence, great group of teachers. Ready, Set, Teach. Miss Mahoney did a great job for like a luau. A great, I will say this, out of the 14 students that had to Ready, Set, Teach at Steele, 4 or 5 of them cried because of the relationship they had with their teacher. So that said volumes about, the relationship, what they learned, and moving forward. Also attended the Schlatter Beginner Band. The number of parents there, they got a standing ovation from that whole crowd. They played Majestica. And so the importance, I ran into Mr. Wilson in HEB the other day, and he goes on his 2 or 3 minute elevator speech about the importance of band and arts in our whole educational process. So it sort of reaffirmed the Schlatter Beginner Band. So, and then of course Region 20 and HEB Excellence in Education. Kudos goes to Dr. Gibson and his staff for a job well done. They were finalists, so job well done. And Tri-County. And I will hope that, I know Priscilla is in sort of working her way back, but I hope all the board members are actually inputting their activities into the sort of like the little app, so we can keep track of it, board attendance. Now we will have new business, report discussion items. Allow me just to digress one little minute. I do appreciate everybody staying, but I think today you saw a good example of the right decision being made at the end, even though the making of the sausage was not perfect. So I hope we made the right decision in the end, and that was just sort of, I think the board, at the end of the day, like I said yesterday, is making the best decision in the interest of the student. That's the ultimate decision we all have to do. It wasn't perfect, but I think we're on our way there. And so we'll try to get better as a board and get better as a district. New business, report on implementation of 2018-2022 District Strategic Plan. Dr. Edwards.
Just a quick update on the progress we've made with the strategic plan. We do have hard copies for you guys as well, but we'll show these up here. We've moved, as you know, to 4 priorities. A lot of the work has been contained in priority 1 and 2. We've done several cycles of refinement with those 2 priorities. Ms. Cannon leading priority 2. We've taken this through Team 1, sought feedback from all the Team 1 members, which includes cabinet and principals. We've also had some significant work on priorities 3 and 4, and as you can see, these are a little bit longer, so this is a continuation of cycles of refinement for this as well. We'll continue to work on this up until the next Team 1, take that back to cabinet and those principals and to solicit input, ultimately having that ready for the June board meeting to present to our school board. So several cycles of refinement, and that's the progress we've made at this point, but good processes in place to get us where we want to go. We've kind of reformatted the scorecard a couple of different times because it seemed to make more sense, and having some pieces together and some things like that to really use this as a driver for us for the next, for the strategic plan, but really the emphasis on our key annual results, annual progress monitoring and strategic goals, and those are the components of there as well. We have the 18 to 22 strategic goals, so that shows our 4-year goals for 18 to 22, but then each of the other boxes show what we're going to be working on for this next year, and that'll be updated every year. So that's the progress we made at this point. Any questions?
Mr. Westbrook, I do appreciate Dr. Edwards' brevity just to kind of get us on track for a decent end time tonight. What we just looked at, and that was a very good report and very succinct, that is what we're here for, is to deliver on those goals which have been board approved over. So I just want to make sure anybody watching doesn't think that the 3 minutes just spent on that makes it less important than anything else. We're just trying to get everybody back on track. Those will be broken out into our monthly reports. So in June, July, and August, we'll keep showing the overall thing, and then we'll start breaking them apart. Priority 1, priority 2, priority 3, priority 4, and then cycle back around. But thanks for the brief report, and that'll help get us back on track. And maybe Mr. Pruski will follow suit.
And with that note, good evening, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. Tonight, the May board update for Bond 2016 and Bond 2013 projects, 13 being HVAC project that'll be discussed later on the title page you see there with the savings from 2013. Moving forward, we'll try to do this for the sake of the challenge made there. So starting off, Clemens renovations and additions, a lot of excitement going on, ongoing activities. The new classroom and administration additions are moving forward. Interior finishes are happening with the roofing as well. The new practice gym, framing for the exterior metal wall panels, interior painting is going on, as well as some installation of acoustic wall panels. The event center, the piece between the gym and the auditorium, having some rough-ins going on, forming some interior and exterior walls, and also working on some final steel and roof decking. CTE building, while completed, we still have some site work around there that we're trying to work through in a safe manner.
Mr. Prisky?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I just ask, when it actually says completion, is that, it is construction completion, and then there's, we're actually gonna start using the facility?
Yes.
Is that the same thing?
Like in, right here, completion August 2018,
Right.
we are planning on being in there and using it in August before
Okay.
school starts.
All right, great.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
So, again, right now we're working in the blue areas on the perimeter. We haven't yet gone inside the courtyard. That is coming up this coming summer. So, just some quick looks, if you haven't seen it. There's the front of the new front of Clemens High School, the main entry with the tall canopy there. The 2-story classroom building, the 1-story support to the right. Inside, there's some interior looks there with some limestone as well as regular paint in there. There's some corridor shots, windows forthcoming. And then coming back to the outside, that's the exterior of the new gym. This is not what it will look like. This is just panels and insulation, so the true exterior has not taken place, except for the windows, the long white windows there. Those are complete for it on that side. Inside the gym, just a view from up top looking down. Okay, so then in the middle, this is the event center entrance. You can see the grand staircase here being ready for concrete pour, and this is the forms. To the right is the auditorium piece that's being built as well. As a reminder, just upstairs is choir and dance, and then downstairs in this area are the PE locker rooms, which are going to be, well, they are going to be destroyed, but demoed is the word I'm looking for, in the existing building. So here's another picture of that staircase, and then a corridor view. And then the side of the auditorium here, this is the Proscenium wall. And behind that are the riggings and the curtains and all the height areas there. The stage is in front of the Proscenium. This will be the auditorium. Another view from inside, you're looking at the stage down here through that scissor lift. Sorry, he was busy. We couldn't get him to move. So, looking forward, looking ahead, still working on those areas, working as mentioned, as the aforementioned August date there. So you could see finishing out on some interior work. May, June, and July will be very exciting there. In June, just as a heads up, is when we will start demo of the existing auditorium and the existing practice gym, the auxiliary gym. So that'll be June, July, trying to get all that out of there so that there's less of a danger for when students return in August.
Wayne, can I ask you a question
Yes,
on that
ma'am.
demo of the auditorium? I've had multiple people ask me, are we gonna do anything with the old seats and things like that? So I just didn't know.
Currently, per the contract documents, those are to be demoed and gone with the contractor.
Okay. Gotcha.
Is Matt there?
Yeah,
Matt,
I
is
actually,
that-
I heard some people wanting to buy them,
Is that
so,
about right, Nick?
anyway.
Yeah. But
Okay.
we have not.
Okay,
planned
that's,
for
I
that.
was just gonna ask, I just now
So-
thought of it when you said it's gonna be demoed.
Yes, sir.
The follow-up question, that's per contract, so then if there was any interest outside of that, they would have to talk to the
The
contractors?
contractor,
The
Bartlett
contractor,
Cobb.
that'd be between the
Yes, sir.
contractor and some third party?
Yes, sir. Because
Okay.
at present, that would then turn into their property.
Exactly, okay.
Next up, Mr. Mosley to talk about Rose Garden.
Good evening. So Rose Garden, 93% complete. We'll start right down there at the bottom. Again, August 2018 projected completion date. You'll see that in our pictures. Things are looking very, very nice out there. That did not go the correct direction. All right, what'd you do, Mr. Brisky? You got it going backwards. There it goes. I got it. Okay. Wow, we went like all the way backwards. All right, sorry about that. So brick installation continuing mainly in the discovery area. We've still got some steel going up in that back, and again, that discovery zone. Windows going in, lots of millwork continuing, landscape and irrigation. If you've driven by the campus right now, you can from the outside, you can see the landscaping going in. Flat works, some more sidewalks and flat work going in the front. 2-week look ahead really kind of shows how far along we are. We're looking at final MVP closeouts, more interior finishes, finalizing that landscape and irrigation, and finalizing the flat work out front. Again, there's our architect rendition, our site plan. So this is looking at, on the left picture here is from the front of the campus. This is the visitor parking lot looking at the front. These will be your drop-off areas here for your parents. You can see we got some of the flat work in. The asphalt in that area is completed. On this side over here, this is the teacher drive and the bus drop-off area. This is our gym over here. So you can kind of see we're looking very well on those areas. Some of our colors in our classrooms. I call this red, green, and blue. There are better names for those three colors that are probably more in Mr. Leip's neighborhood of art colors, but that's red, green, and blue. Here's our library. You can see some of the millwork on the library, all of our cabinetry and stuff going in the library. This you can't tell really, but I believe that's actually carpet down in the library as well already. Again, this is out front. This is in our visitor parking lot showing the asphalt finish, and we still need to pour some concrete here. It's our discovery zone with our planter boxes, our cistern over here for catching rainwater. And our playgrounds. Playgrounds are going in, so we've got the structures up. Any questions on Rose Garden before we keep going?
Mr. Mosley, when are they thinking final, like, I know we're wrapping up school this
soon.
Soon?
Again, 93% complete. We're really working on those finishing touches. I mean, we're day by day
Awesome.
getting really close. So, yeah, we hate to give that,
That's-
too
that's
close
great.
to that. Yeah. HVAC, we've been sitting on that 49% at HVAC since about last October. Next month, it won't be 49% anymore. So we're going to get our second half of these projects kicked off. We're already receiving materials for these project equipment for this summer's work. And so we will You see that summer 1 was a 17, summer 2 is this summer, finish these out. Project completion for all 3 of these campuses is July 31st, a substantial completion, with a project being wrapped up in August for all 3 of those campuses. You see the phasing here, and so in the darker colors is what we did last year, and the light color is what we're doing this summer with the addition of this section in Watts. The 2013 bond savings project, this is the Pascal and Malish HVAC replacement. So 0% complete. We are getting this project ramped up right now to start this summer. You can see Pascal summer 1, it would be this summer. And then again, just kind of like our other 3 campuses, we'll finish Pascal the following summer. Malish East, so when you come in the front doors, is going that direction in central office. That project will start in August as we finish up the first phase of Pascal, and we'll likely run through November. Project completion for all of this will be July of 2019. Any questions on our HVACs? And so there's our phasing again that we talked about there. Technology, 7% complete. But the monthly look ahead tells a little bit better story. So phone replacement, phones are on order. Network infrastructure here, network equipment orders on hold at this point. Panels for Pascal, Schertz, Corbett, and DAEP. Panels have been ordered. Kickoff meeting scheduled for May 21st. So you see that that's coming up quick. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Next, we will have a discussion budget and tax rate adoption update. Paige Maloney.
Yes, President Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. As you remember, in April, we took the action to approve the 2018-19 budget parameter memo. In that working memo, the district said it would take, we said that we would take steps to exercise our ability to adopt a tax rate of $1.06, which would trigger in June, and that would trigger a tax ratification election in August. We have received some feedback and have did a budget workshop, and at this time we are, this discussion item is for the consideration of the traditional tax adoption method and budget adoption in August, which would be along our normal adopting the budget and the tax rate at the same time. That, in fact, would trigger election in November. And there is a working budget document attached. We decided, since we approved the budget by function, we kind of wanted to lay out the planning document for how we're looking at that.
Yeah, I don't want to beat this to death, but by law, we have to have a budget by end of August, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by the end of August, we're going to vote to approve a budget.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to approve 2 budgets? What if, or maybe this, or we're going to?
No, we're planning to take a budget based on a $1.06 tax rate and adopt that tax rate. Any of the items that would exceed, go beyond the $1.04 would have their own sub-object code. They would be hidden, basically, not approved, we're not going to spend that unless the voters approved the election in November.
So then if they do, then you move forward with that budget. If they don't, then you simply don't fund those items.
Exactly.
That you were going to use those dollars for, in other words.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
No other questions?
Excuse me. I guess I'm gonna, this is gonna sound like a strange question. All things being equal, and I've kind of asked this question, I don't understand it, but if we were still funding at 2007 levels, the state would have 50%, we had 50%, and if the target revenue were exactly the same as it is right now, not counting for inflation in that time, what tax rate would we have, what could we have to produce the same amount of revenue we're producing right now? Not adjusting for inflation. In other words, if, one of the things I keep talking about is that every time the property values go up,
right,
and we don't drop below, we say $1.04, that the state decreases their amount of money that we get based on the target revenue coming to an individual district, right?
They're decreasing based on our taxes are going up.
Right.
So that,
So-
same bucket.
So we're now down to 38%. Well, they're down to 38%, we're up to 62%. If we went back to 50-50, because of that fact, and our property values have gone up during in that intervening time, what could our tax rate look like to generate this revenue that we would have generated in 2007? Obviously, it's not going to be $1.04.
Well, by law, we would have to be at $1.04 though. It's just that we would,
Right.
we've calculated that we would be netting about 10 million additional dollars from the same $1.04.
It doesn't matter, okay, back up. It doesn't matter what the law says. I'm asking, what could it be if that was not there?
It's impossible to calculate because that's what the formula is.
Well, the percentages that you're talking about within the 0 to $1. I mean, that's the same bucket. And I mean, however much our taxes go up and we're able to generate, that's just within the dollar. When we're talking about the pennies 1 through 6, those are tier 2 pennies. And so that's supposed to be the guaranteed wealth. And so it's going to generate a guaranteed wealth of next year $106.28 per WADA. So it's dependent, the dependent variable there is going to be I know it's confusing, but that's what we're talking about there. Those 4 pennies are already doing that for us for tier 1. They are a tier 1 allotment. What we're trying to do is grab those last 2 pennies, which we're going to get same amount that we get for the other 4 pennies, but the state is kicking in 75% of that.
I totally understand all that.
Okay.
I'm going back to say, one of the things that people keep talking about is every time our property values go up, we generate more tax revenue because the property values are going up. Not because the tax rate has gone up, because the property values have gone up. Therefore, instead of generating $70 million this year in property taxes for the local area, the tax rate or the property value goes up 10%, we generate $75 million, which means the state sends us $5 million less based on the target revenue, right?
It's even worse than that. They sweep it off the top and just move it into the budget and then just pay out.
And one thing, Mr. Finley, I think that gets confusing is that 38% that everybody's talking about at the state level, the 62-38, that's at the state level. For us, that is not that. Our local tax base can generate about 52% for next year. It was 48%. Now it's 52%, an estimate. So it's the same, but because of our property values are lower, do you see? No.
You know,
the tax rate.
What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a 1-for-1 because one of the biggest things everybody talks about is the property value going up. Therefore, the individual taxpayer is paying more in their mortgage payment and their taxes.
Yes.
The state reduces the amount of money they send us on the fact that we're generating more local tax revenue, correct?
Yes.
Correct.
That's the whole.
So all things being equal, if our tax revenue is going up at the local level and the state is reducing theirs, if we went back to where it was in 2007 when this whole mess started with target revenue, with the $1.04, with everything else, if that was going to happen, what could the tax rate in the area look? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say when people look at $1.04 or $1.06, and our tax revenue is above a certain point, or we keep generating more local revenue, if we were going to generate the same amount of money that the state was giving us based on a percentage, what could our tax rate drop to? Because I think if people understood that, okay, the state reducing their amount of money they're sending us every year because our taxable value is going up, then they might get an idea that the state is costing them X amount of money.
It's 16.5 cents. I finally hear what you're saying.
Okay.
It's 16.5 cents because we would be getting 10 million more dollars, and that's equivalent to 16.5 pennies for us.
Okay, that's something that you can take to the public and say, look, the state is doing this. You're paying more every year in your taxes. If the state were doing what they're supposed to be doing, then we could lower your tax rate from $1.04 by 16 cents down to 88 cents. And I think if you went to the public and said, this is what the state is doing to you, and put it in those kind of contexts, they might understand better.
I'm completely following you now, because what happened in 2007 is they compressed it and felt like, and then they couldn't afford it.
Right.
And so that this has had to happen.
And one, to make it even worse, they stopped funding the existing debt allotment, and that's punished us more on tax rate than the M&O formula.
Right.
Because now we aren't getting any matching funds for our INS side.
And that's the other, and that's the second question.
Yeah, it's really even worse.
It's
I
even
mean,
worse
it's an even
because
bigger problem.
What I'm trying to say is that, you know, everybody's correct. The property value is going up. We're not changing the tax rate, but we're getting more money in every year because the property value is going up, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. So if we were to say, okay, we have $1.49 right now based on our 104.45, if the state were actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is funding public education where they're supposed to, what would that number look like? Obviously, it's 16 cents. We've done 88 cents on the M&O side, and if they were funding IFA and EFA, it'd probably be another 10 or 20 cents. Then there's your property tax relief that everybody keeps talking about that would have a lot of benefits to the local taxpayer if the state were just doing their part. That's the kind of thing you can go to the public with and say, look, this is what the state has done to you at the local taxpayer level. We're just trying to make sure we have enough money to fund public schools because the state's not doing their share. Put the onus back on the state. Tell the taxpayers this is what's not happening at the state level. And I think if you I think if you told the taxpayers that, I think you get a lot more traction and say, well, we need $1.06 because yada yada yada. And we can say actually put it in numbers that people understand, because when they see their tax bill, they go, oh my God, it's going up by 10% or it's going up by 20%. But if people were actually, instead of looking at us going, why are you raising our taxes? We're not raising your taxes. It's the state legislature not doing their job, which is why their taxes are going up. So hopefully that made sense. It made sense to me when I first started about 3 weeks ago. I said, that's the kind of numbers that if we, with the taxpayers, I think it makes a lot of sense. I could be wrong, but.
Well, we're gonna have to simplify that a little bit, but yes.
Yeah.
I think Dr. Gibson finally got it. I think he's
Well, and
got
I
it
don't think
right.
that we can't say that, oh, if the state would do their part, you know, who know, you know, it's.
It doesn't have to be an exact number.
Yeah.
But it's obvious that if they did their job, we wouldn't have to be asking potentially for $1.06 tax rate. They would, we would have enough funding, we wouldn't have to do that kind of stuff.
Right.
But anyway, now that I've bored everybody to tears.
Sean?
I think that was great, thank you. Hey, 2 questions. One, just because I don't know the answer. If we vote on a bond, it'll say you're voting on a bond for XYZ. You're voting on a bond for street improvements, you're voting on a bond. How is this worded so the voters know if they did pass it, what this money's going to?
We can construct and we'll work with, we can construct the language that we're gonna have on the ballot. And in talking with Norton Rose Fulbright, I mean, we're probably gonna do it at the function level. Will be spent on instruction. Will be, you know what I'm saying, to help the school district meet needs in these areas.
Okay, and just because I've never been a part of a TRE before, so
But we'll
if I
be
go in to
bringing the
vote,
ballot
it'll
language
say-
to you guys
Yeah.
at that time.
Okay, so I mean, a voter would be able to say, okay, this is what they would be using the
Yes,
money
sir.
for. And I mean, I know it's down here, but will it be worded that way? And then, the second question is, if it doesn't pass, and these are things that, a lot of these are expanded programs and things like that, but if it doesn't pass, I know you said they're hidden in budget, and I'm sure if I really looked through here, it would explain it. What's the impact that it's gonna have? I mean, some of them are expanded programs, and I see that, but are there some that we would just have to immediately start cutting programs from, or programs?
No, I mean, since we had told the board president, you know, what would your financial advisor advise if you do it in August, if you do it in November, would it matter? And I mean, both of our financial advisors would say, just don't spend the money before you have it. And so
Sure.
we're taking a very conservative approach to it. You know, we have a long list of list of needs, prioritized needs, both on the instruction side and on the operational side. And, you know, we have those things in the queue. And like I said, everything that will be beyond that $4
Sure.
tax rate, $4 million is basically what it is, will have its own sub-object code, and it'll just sit there.
Sure, and just for an example, and then,
Okay.
like, it says roofing is one of them.
Right.
If it doesn't pass and the roofing doesn't pass, I guess what is the impact of that? Is that something that we're gonna have to just figure out some way to fix the roofing, or are we gonna, I mean, that's kind of what I'm looking at. If that makes sense.
It turns into somewhat turns into deferred maintenance at that point, and we do the best we can to, you know, prolong it, you know. with the roofing, something that we're at a point now where we're reaching the end of our warranties and these things are starting to get to, by maintaining them, we're gonna try to extend that period before we have to spend the $3, $4, $5 million to replace that roof. So yeah, it just turns into that deferred maintenance if we don't have those funds.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Let's have a discussion item, process for TASB policy audit. Paige Maloney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Westbrook, Dr. Gibson, members of the board. Basically, attached to this agenda item is our timeline for our policy review. All of our departments have been working on sections of policy, and we'll submit one questionnaire to our consultant who will be meeting with our entire cabinet in June, and also meeting with you guys for the June board meeting to kind of give an overview of what we're doing. And then you can see on the second page of the timeline, we have set a course of, and I guess this will, Dr. Gibson, work in conjunction with the policy committee. We've set a timeline out for any recommended language changes, and then going board discussion and board action item for our local policies.
Any questions? So part of the reason why I sort of wanted the policy committee is to sort of ensure that the board is adhering to the policy. Are there some policies out there that we're not adhering to? Every now and then I come across a policy that says the board should or should not be doing this one. We're not always adhering to it. So that's sort of the reason why I'm just trying to make sure that what you're looking for and what we're looking for sort of match up. You're looking for, what exactly are you looking for? Again?
Well, this is a new product by TASB where they are actually tailor-making. They're working with you based on what your district is saying. So the exercise that we had to do is we couldn't look at policy, and we had to go through and answer, by the department level, answer a series of questions. And come on, we don't have it committed to memory. And so it was a good exercise for us. And so they come in, and then they make their recommendations based on your tolerance level, and then what they'll do the evening that they'll be meeting with you, and that's the June board meeting, I believe. They'll present their findings, and you'll be able to ask questions about your sections of policy and things like that. So it's really just to see, we adopt base version most of the time, and it's really to see in your district what your practices are and making sure that it lines up with your local policy. So exactly what you said. Okay, you didn't know that this was in policy and it might have not been a practice. That's what we're trying to line up.
Yeah. We're working on it because I'm trying to do it from a board perspective, sort of. We'll work on it. We'll work on the fine.
And Dr. Gibson, I think that it would be fine for a couple of board members to come.
Yeah, especially B policy and A policy. I mean, that
overview.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, because A and B should probably be read by board members. I find Dee Dee and I,
and she's
late in the
cover
evening
and
going over all of that and just scratching our heads sometimes if anyone else is aware.
So we can give you the dates. They'll cover the A and B policies on our first day.
What about the survey? Can we get a copy of the survey?
Oh, I think I included it in
Did we?
one of the updates, but I'll send it Friday. Sure.
Send it to, well, you can send it to the whole board.
Everybody.
Send it to the whole board.
Well, what we may do on the B is just ask that we send it to the whole board and then just ask them to give the feedback to Mr. Westbrook, and then that's how we'll respond to TASB.
Okay.
As opposed to Dee Dee and I, that's much better.
That'll be a good start. So,
is the policy committee going to get involved in this?
Yeah.
Probably should.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, exactly. We're good.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. President. What I was going to say is that even, I'm sure Gary would probably agree with this, we've had this discussion infinitum as far as procedures versus policy. And it's been a continuing thing that everybody, you kind of start doing things in a way that's convenient, and you don't always think about the policy. So it's always a good point to come back to what is the policy. And if we need to change the policy to fit how we're doing things, then we need to do that too. So it's a good exercise to go through to make sure we're following the policy, or does the policy to change to fit what we're doing. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? New positions for the 2018-19 school year presented by Linda Cannon.
Yes, Dr. Gibson, President Westbrook, and members of the board. As we prepare to open the new Rose Garden Elementary in August, there's a need for additional child nutrition staff due to the increased enrollment that will be at that campus and then additional serving lines than what's at the current Rose Garden Elementary. So there's 2 positions that we're asking to be funded from there, and it'll come from the child nutrition budget itself. Tonight we're out, this is just a discussion item. We would be bringing it back in May for approval, but this would just be to help us get started for the new Rose Garden Elementary in August.
Questions?
This is going to come out of the food service budget, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, I did have one question about this. So it says you're going to have child nutrition workers. You have 2 of them. Salary midpoint 37,788. So is that for 2 of them? Each one gets 37, or are we talking that they roughly get 19 each? It says child nutrition.
That's the total for both of them. So
that's the total for both of them.
Yes.
So for 45,000, we're going to get 2 more people.
Yes, sir.
How many more serving lines are we getting? What does that equal?
Well, it'd be 2 additional child nutrition staff to handle the additional serving lines, but it's just a bigger kitchen. I would have to refer to Maggie as far as how many more serving lines.
3 serving lines. The way we did it in Cibolo-Valley, we started out with 2 and have the extra serving line for growth as enrollment keeps going up. So we did the same thing at Rose Garden. We have 3 serving lines for growth. We start off with 2. Currently, they just have 1, but it's an old campus, and that's the only room we have for 1 serving line. So regardless of the enrollment, we have 1 serving line. But just with an additional serving line, it'll require another cashier, another server, and that's bare minimum.
Okay. So it's just consistent with other campuses? And we're still going to be in the black. Dr. Gibson said you were always in the black about our last board meeting, so I'm just, he believes in you.
Talked about it today.
It's a whole team effort.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Discussion for TASB social media guidelines for trustees presented by Dr. Gibson and Robert Westbrook.
You may do it, or-
I have my positions on it. You want to start?
No.
Yeah, okay, so how this came about, 6 pages. We did send it out on Friday for board to give a little bit extra consideration to it. What I talked to Dr. Gibson about, and I think we sort of agreed that communication within this district is changing. That's the bottom line. So we're looking for some type of standard by which board members, I won't say governed or held to, even though this will be if the board decides it could be an action item next week, but it's sort of how we're going to govern ourselves on social media. I took particular interest in, I think, 4, 5, 6, and 10. There's some, I don't know how we want to go about doing it, but I think there's some legitimate issues here, and I can go line by line and give you my concerns about each one. And then if you want to discuss each one, I'm perfectly willing to do that one. But there was some concerns. I mean, basically, social media is changing everything, the way we do things. And
Yeah, Mr. Westbrook, if I may, the last sentence in that first paragraph is what's probably key here, and actually, this is the 2nd or 3rd time the trustees have probably seen this when another local government group near us was struggling. The board president at that time asked me to send this out, just as a reminder. So in the way, and we looked at it at that time, and we had a brief conversation, and then we had another one,
Yes.
recently. And so it's from TASB and TASB attorneys, and it says the following are suggested guidelines for board members using social media in their role as public officials. And this group of trustees maintains a set of board operating guidelines, which is a best practice and a good thing. So I guess maybe one consideration is, does the board want to move some, any, all, none of this over into board operating guidelines? Maybe one way to look at it.
it was simply a discussion about the changing way we do communicate in this district. From my standpoint, clarify that you are communicating as an individual member of the board and not an official district spokesperson. I think we've discussed that, and I think to some extent that is in board policy. Number 2, avoid deliberating school district business with a quorum of board members. In particular, this one was calling out sorta, from my perspective, if 4 of us are on Facebook and one of us starts discussing something, is that considered a quorum or not? And are we, essentially, could we be accused of communicating with one another via Facebook if 4 of us are on the same social media website? So should we be cognizant of that? Number 3, district direct complaints or concerns presented online to the appropriate administrator. That is parted to some extent. I think we discussed this about 2 or 3 months ago, but it does, in the middle of the line, in the middle of that paragraph, the school board operates as a body corporate, which means no single board member may act alone, and that's according to the Texas Education Code. So I think we had agreed to some extent that any concerns or questions should be directed to the appropriate administrator. Number 4, avoiding posting content that indicates that you have already formed an opinion on pending matters. The concept of due process calls for the board to serve as an impartial decision maker. Social media posts by a board member expressing an opinion on pending matters may be considered evidence or bias or prejudgment on the issue. I think it speaks for itself. I mean, I don't know if we should be going out there making a strong decision without saying, hey, this is my personal opinion and I may or may not have made a decision. Number 5, ask for community input to be provided through appropriate channels, but do not allow your social network to direct your decisions as a trustee. And I do believe all of us have signed the Board of Ethics, correct, Dee Dee? I think we signed that in the fall. So according to the Texas Board Members Code of Ethics, I will base my decision on fact rather than supposition, opinion, or public favor. I will refuse to surrender judgment to any individual or group at the expense of the district as a whole, and it references TASB policy BBF local. So when we start having social media surveys garner our decision, making decisions for us, I think it's legitimate to question that, to what extent we're gonna hold that moving forward. It does have a value and it should be weighted, but I think it's open for us to sort of decide how much important that's gonna play in our decision-making going forward. Post-only content that the district has already released to the public. There was one time, I'm not accusing anybody, there was one time I think there was some media that was posted on Facebook that people wondered how it got out. None of my concern. I think to some extent, information just leaks out. Maybe more than Trump, but it leaks out. Number 7, when attempting to restate what happened at a previous board meeting, clarify that the posting is not an official record of the board meeting and share information only from the open portions of the meeting. I think that's, members should avoid creating or sharing separate records of closed meetings. I think for the most part, from my standpoint, 7 is we do that real well. A person who knowingly discloses an official record or closed meeting to a member of the public without lawful authority commits a Class B misdemeanor. And I did have this question for, and I don't know whether it's for the for board attorney or not, but so say members of the board, say we have 5 people in closed session and another board member asked me what happens in closed session. Is he part of the public or is he still part of the board and I can disclose that to the individual?
I know that if recordings were made of a closed session, the board member has the right to listen to those recordings.
For the closed meetings,
right.
For the board member.
Mm-hmm.
So he has but we don't do recordings in closed session, but we do have an
they
agenda.
They can view the certified agenda.
So the most they'll be allowed to is to see the agenda. That's basically about it.
Mm-hmm.
We can ask for clarification.
I mean, neither here nor there. I mean, I think it's important, but if a board member asks.
We'll ask for clarification whether, whatever
If
we
the
do.
board of
with
trustee can discuss,
right,
what happened in closed session, even though he or she was not actually in that closed session.
We'll ask for clarification.
Conduct yourself online in a manner that reflects well on the district ethics.
Mr. President,
Yes.
going back to that one, if what was discussed in closed session granted, the board member missed that particular meeting for whatever reason. If something was discussed in closed session and then action item comes up at a later date and that it's not revisited in a closed session before that decision is made, then the board member potentially could be making a decision in their own mind that they do not have all the facts for. And that would put that board member at a huge disadvantage as far as, I mean, obviously you can't go back and restate everything that was said during the course of the meeting, but my thinking would be you run a short synopsis, say, okay, here's kind of the opinion, and or read the agenda, or read the closed agenda. That may be one thing we may want to revisit, going back to recording the closed session, so that person would be able to do that, because at one time we were recording closed sessions. And we might want to think about revisiting that if that's going to get back. Because I can remember us recording closed sessions when I was secretary and a few other things. And maybe we want to consider going back that if the attorneys come back with that saying, no, that can't happen, that's the only way that board member would be able in a position to be able to make a good decision, or the most informed decision based on, because when you start spending public dollars, if it doesn't have that opportunity or have that information, then they may or may not be able to make a good decision. So just my thought.
Just it's a discussion item. Number 9, immediately report harassing or defamatory communication. Who would do that in our district? To the superintendent, if they involve school officials, staff, students, or district? I don't think that's an issue here, but I think we would all report it. Number 10, I did have a major concern about is retaining electronic records, including your own post and content others post to your account when required to do so by the district's records retention policy. It does say in the middle, no attorney general opinion or court case gives board members clear guidance in determining whether their individual online social media posts are school district records subject to retention. It's based on 2 considerations: whether the posts were made using school district equipment or cellular or internet service, and or whether the posts were used in the transaction of school business. And generally speaking, posts about school district business need to be retained if the content goes beyond simply sharing existing district content. And my concern was, for number 2, is whether the posts were used in the transaction of official business. Part of our job is advocacy. Part of our job is informing the public. So to what extent are we required to keep track of or submit to the superintendent posts we make? That's a very fine line.
And it will depend on what's posted, and
I agree.
We have to get an attorney opinion, but the attorney's not going to be able to make that opinion unless they see it.
I don't either. I don't think so either, but the reason why I brought it is because these issues are out there, and social media is changing the way we communicate with this community. So everybody's cognizant of it. It's in your board agenda, and I think we can.
Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
I think it comes right back down to common sense. If you think what you put on social media would constitute one or two, you probably should save it just for your own memory, if nothing else, to say, what did I actually put out there? Because I don't know about you, I can forget a week after I post something, but I usually don't tend to post stuff on social media about anything like that anyway, just as a matter of course. I may see something that goes to my Facebook account I agree with, and I'll share it out, but that's about it. But that's just a general, I agree with or don't agree with something. But as far as putting something specific to the school district, I tend to stay away from that. But again, that's such a gray area, and short of an attorney general's opinion or something like that, I don't know how you could even run with that. I mean, yeah, 1 and 2 should probably be followed, but I think it'd be just better if you just stay away from it, just so there is no ambiguity. So you just simply say, well, we're not going to put anything out there that is in that area on social media, because you don't have any idea where it's going to go. It's like an email. I was always told you don't want to put anything in email that you don't want on the CBS News tonight, because it's once it's out there, it's a public record. Anybody can get a hold of it. So I would tend to say stay away from it. If it was me. In fact, that's what I do.
Number 11, immediately report to the district any potential security breach. I think we adhere to that. I don't think that's an issue. And number 12, comply with the district's acceptable use policy when using district-issued devices or technology resources, including district internet access on a personal device. I think that's pretty self-explanatory, and I don't think we have an issue with this. We can discuss it any further. That's just my concerns about social media moving forward from a board perspective.
I was just gonna say that, a good example was the issue that was brought tonight, and as a board member, I'm getting tagged, on posts, asking or me to weigh in on things, or what do you know, and things like that. I have not been responding. On the flip side, it also looks like, because all of it should be directed to the district. It should be directed back to Dr. Gibson, who's ever in charge, the appropriate administrator, school, et cetera. And that's not what people want to hear, but that's what, and so, so those who personally tag me, I have not been responding, because I feel like that's the district's concern, and that's why we want to push them right back to the district for the information on their Facebook, on our Facebook page, our website, et cetera. And so, I would like the community to know, not that anybody's out there listening, but it needs to go to, you can send an email that I'm not going to respond on Facebook.
You mind if I follow up with that? I mean, I think this is an incredibly complicated topic, quite honestly. I mean, it really is from a whole lot of different angles, but kind of what Amy's saying, one thing I think we really need to watch out for, I mean, the board's supposed to be a policy-making organization. We're politicians in some sense, too. So we have a duty to listen to what the public's telling us, respond, and whatnot. But Facebook can get into all kinds of things, and you don't know, is it policy, is it politics, or is it procedural issues? You know, people get on there and they start talking about which bus is late this morning. And so my question somewhat is, do we have someone in the administration or somewhere, you know, this gets back to budget cuts versus what we need, that follows some of this? I mean, from a factual standpoint, I can see how it can get completely, utterly out of control, though. I mean, you could have 20 people working full-time and never actually manage this. I mean,
social media?
Yeah, because it's just nonstop, 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's as complicated as, the three of us, and then we try to direct things towards SCUC now, and or just go ahead and respond.
Because you get rumors that take on a life of their own, and misinformation, and then opinions get formed based on that, and then people get criticized based on an opinion that may be wrong in the first place, and then it's just all over the place. So, and again, we're all volunteers up here. None of us get paid to be school board members. We can't spend our days, or we shouldn't be spending our days on Facebook or responding. And you sometimes find yourself doing that because it just takes that much time, if you're really going to listen to what the public's telling you. So this is a complicated topic, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think the administration has a huge role to play here too.
Yeah, I know that some of you, and I don't think you respond, I hear Ms. Dreisbeck, but you'll take maybe a screenshot of it and send it to us as an FYI, and I think that's actually following what these best practices are saying. Then we're aware of it, and we can maybe respond if response is appropriate.
First of all, I'd like to say I love my AOL. And I have AOL. Send me an email sometime. You'll see. I would agree and disagree with some of this, and I think Dr. Gibson would probably agree that I send lots and lots of, hey, I just saw this and I just got this message. Someone sent me this screenshot. So there's a lot of things that I forward. Like Mr. Inman said, you know, this bus was late, or this happened at school today, or whatever the case may be, and I'm very diligent about doing that, and I think that's school district business. But on the other side, kind of going to what Mr. Inman said, we're also elected, and I think it goes back to number one, and I'll be the first one to say that I'm a huge advocate for this, is that, you know, I say, look, you know, I can't speak for the board, I speak for myself, but this is, you know, kind of how I see a particular thing. It's not necessarily making a decision, but at the same point, you know, I think we need to be there. We were elected by the community. We're there to hear stuff. I don't think we're there to make decisions, which goes down there, and I agree with that. But I'm also not going to, every time someone sends me a message or say, call the district, because then you start getting messages that, then why have you if you're not going to be, you know, if you're not going to listen, or if you're not going to be a voice for us, or if you're not going to at least bring something up. So I will be the first to say that I will continue to communicate with people that communicate with me, but Most of these guidelines, I think, are very fair and reasonable. I think I would say that for the most part that I'm very good about forwarding stuff to y'all, but at the same time, I'm not going to stop communicating with the public, and I'll defer to number one.
No further discussion. It's only a discussion item. Thanks for all the comments. I appreciate it. Next, we can have the discussion, conveyance of wastewater collection and reclaimed water, distribution and easement on
Mr.
shelter.
Westbrook, are we,
Yes.
and I know we'll do this at the end, are we bringing that item back, I guess was the question. I guess we'll do that on number 9.
Yeah, number 9. I don't, yeah. Wastewater?
Yes, sir.
No,
Mr.
Matt, hold on, time out.
What?
We just had a discussion item, and we typically, after each one of those, ask if they're coming back for action.
Yeah,
and
but I
guess
thought that was up under number 9. Board consideration
Okay.
consensus on discussion items eligible for action
Okay,
under
we'll do it at
consent
number 9.
agenda.
Okay, go ahead,
On number
Matt.
9.
So we're on number 9 on the conveyance of wastewater collection.
No, we're on number 7.
Discussion, yes, 7.
Okay.
Conveyance of wastewater. Matt Rivera and Wayne Pruski.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you, thank you. This is such an exciting topic. CCMA has a huge wastewater line they'd like to install, and they need our help. As you can see, we've listed it as agenda item, multiple campuses and areas. This building right here is served by that wastewater line. Currently, there's a 27-inch sewer line there. This is over by the Shelton Sports Complex and the vacant property behind it. They're gonna upgrade that to 48 inches. That's a lot of pipe. And it serves a huge area, and it's gonna go all the way underneath the railroad tracks, up across 78, under 70. It's gonna be a very big project. They are approaching us now, and they're probably not gonna be building this for another 1.5 to 2 years. But it's so important for the planning, for them to get ahead of it. They're asking for an additional 25 feet. The original easement they received was when they, from the original owner back in 1974. They're planning to abandon the existing line in place and have a new line there for us. And if there aren't any questions, that's just a discussion item this month. This is just talking about where it's at and what the purpose is.
When I came in tonight and saw a full crowd, there was no doubt in my mind that this was the topic that they were all here for.
I'm
Matt,
surprised
so,
they couldn't hang,
yeah.
but yes, sir.
I just gotta ask, if we didn't approve this, what would happen?
Well, they would.
Everybody wants to tell a joke.
It wouldn't be a pretty picture. Wouldn't be a pretty picture.
Okay. Okay, so it's,
They can condemn land. They can take it.
so it's a necessity, in other words, right?
They don't want to condemn it.
Yeah.
So we're planning on negotiating with them.
Any other questions? Thank you. Discussion, procurement of goods and services presented by Matt Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, and Dr. Gibson. Tonight we have 2 new items and some that have been presented previously to the board, so we won't have to go over those again. Their projected month for action on those other 2 items has been put off a little bit, as indicated on the page number 43. The 2 new items we have tonight are discussion for Rose Garden Elementary, which has been brought up several times tonight, for instructional materials and supplies. Our estimated delivery for these items is July 9th through 31st, which lines up very well with the time we're expecting substantial completion and getting a certificate where we can actually put our stuff in there. We had a solicitation that had just over 829 line items on it for materials for this campus. The campus is actually bringing quite a bit of instructional materials with them as well. So we're going to have the total cost, the fiscal impact is not going to be what's there. because they're reusing perfectly good instructional materials, taking them with them. Kudos to Rose Garden. The next item was the copy and print services. Our current contract expires this year, and we're looking at combining our copiers and print management services to take some of the simple and routine tasks away from our technology department, so they don't have to be called out for simple printer jams. And we'll get a copier or printer service company to take care of that for us. Looking at bringing that back in July. Were there any questions on either of those?
So, Matt, how much of that is already in the budget?
On the copier and printer management,
Right.
that's all there already.
So it's
We're-
not like
no,
we're not
this is-
adding anything to it, it's just a matter
No.
of that line item's
No.
coming up.
That $350,000 is what we spend right now for just the copiers in our district. We print quite a bit at some of our locations.
Right.
Thank you, Matt. Next, we have agenda items requiring board action are routinely brought to the Board of Trustees for discussion 1 month and brought back to the board for consideration and possible action at a later date, typically the following month. This item allows trustees an opportunity to consider which discussion items on this month's agenda may be eligible for board action under the consent agenda of a future meeting. Any item placed under the consent agenda may be pulled and voted on separately if requested by a board member. Right now, what we have on is new positions for next month's consent items would be new positions for 2018-19 school year, TASB social media guidelines for trustees, conveyance of wastewater collection, reclaimed water distribution easement on Shelton Sports Complex site to the CCMA, solicitation for Rose Garden elementary instructional materials and supplies, and solicitation for district-wide copier rental and print management. If I may, I was the originator for the TASB social media guidelines. I think if nobody minds, I'd like to sort of pull that one for further discussion because it'll align with sort of the policy committee and board operating procedures. And like John and Gary said, it's an extremely complex and complicated issue. Some, obviously it's a complicated issue. Some things are good and some things are bad, and so we'll have to decide what, according to this TASB policy, works best for Schertz-Cibolo-Universal City. So I'll remove that one from the consent agenda, but everything else.
And just to follow up on that, I was gonna ask for the same thing because I didn't really understand if we were just going to, next month, vote to accept them as suggested guidelines. That doesn't make a lot of sense, so I think it makes much more sense to have them fall in line with our policies and discuss them, so.
Yeah.
I think that makes much more sense, so thank you.
Yeah, if it comes to the policy committee, we can look at the entire package and say, okay, here's what our current operating procedures are, and maybe incorporate those. We may, or maybe make a change to our operating procedures based on these new guidelines, so
Yes.
it's better to look at the whole thing holistically than just look at one particular thing, so I would agree.
So anything else you want pulled from consent other than that? Now we will have,
Pardon me, Mr. Westbrook, we do have our instructional materials for Rose Garden as a separate action item tonight as well. This is in order to allow enough lead time for our longer lead time items to get there in the month of July. So that's the Rose Garden instructional materials. You'll see it later on in our agenda tonight as an action. It's not something we normally do, but it's just to be sure that we have everything there before teachers show up.
so it's an action item tonight, later, an action item. You want me to go against board operating procedure for you? I'm just joking, I'm sorry. Calm down, everybody, I'm just joking, calm down. Everybody's like, oh my goodness. Hey, sounds good, thank you, Matt. That was a good joke. We've done it before. We do have consent items. I need a motion for the consent items.
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor of the consent items, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Yes, 6-0.
So, Mr. Westbrook, on the social media guidelines, the policy committee that was just approved, the purpose of it doesn't include board operating guidelines.
Okay.
So shall we just add that as one of the, while that committee's meeting, then part
If we can, yeah.
part
We'll
of their
just-
review will be board operating guidelines. So Dee Dee, we'll just add that per the discussion that just occurred.
It's basically, yeah. So,
That'll get it.
board operating policy guidelines, making sure everything is in alignment. I've used alignment more times since I've been on this board. Thanks, Dr. Gibson. And Edwards, alignment. Other action items, request for board action, board committee structure for school year 2018-19, presented by Dr. Gibson and Robert Westbrook.
We've already done that, so
Oh,
please,
yeah,
let's don't do that again.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
I'm traumatized, PTI. Okay, sorry. Traumatic brain and TBI. A request for board action, authorization for trustee travel to the 2019 National School Board Association Annual Convention and recommendations for presentation topics to submit for convention breakout sessions presented by Dr. Greg Gibson and Robert Westbrook. Dr. Gibson?
Yeah, and Priscilla's not here, and so my recollection of what she said last month is that it is time to register and it is time to submit, and then there have been recommendations from the board for trustees to go ahead and have the trustees approve who's attending so that there's no confusion later on.
This, basically, we need this, this month because we do have to submit topics by June 1st.
Okay,
So,
what I'm saying is we're
right.
approving the trustees that are going to
And
attend.
not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to approve names, but maybe the number of trustees you want, you know, you're authorizing to attend.
I would assume the ones that are presenting are the ones that are actually going to have
They
to
are,
go also,
but
I guess.
but
is what
we
I'm saying.
don't, it depends on who.
If somebody volunteers that they want to present,
Right.
then you're authorizing them to travel. If not, you could just say that no one wants to present, so I authorize two trustees to go. And so then that expenditure is going to be put in the budget.
And I know that Mr. Pivito has requested that to present at the conference next year.
He wants to go to Philadelphia?
Yes, he does. To request to present at NSBA next spring.
Are y'all definitely gonna present? Oh,
Well, you have to get selected. I mean, that's, I
If-
don't know what the
right.
odds are, but,
Okay, so before we start discussing, do we need the motion?
but I guess what I point out, so the deadline to submit a proposal to have a presentation is
Right.
when?
June 1st this year.
Okay, so any of us could do that on our own, we could do it as a group or team up or however you want to do it. So that creates a deadline. But if anybody does submit a presentation proposal, they may or may not find out whether or not they got selected until late fall, right? I mean, it may be a
We will
while,
probably know mid-fall.
mid-fall, okay. And then I guess there are some people who may want to go that aren't presenting, or even if you submitted a proposal but it wasn't accepted, you still want to go. I mean, so I guess kind of what you're saying is this is somewhat pre-planning, but someone could still decide to go here in a month or two, or,
Yes,
or are
we
we
just
kind
need
of
to
drawing
have, we just need to have board approval to submit, which will, if accepted, we will,
So let
you're
me-
committing funds for the person to
So let
travel.
me ask it this way, who wants to go to NSBA? David Pivito, one.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'd spoken to Priscilla before she went out. Region 20's asked me to create about 4 or 5 different classes for them, and I'd asked her what the odds are of submitting one of those classes as a presenter, and she said that we would have to come. She emailed me back and said I'd have to bring it before the board, but there's about 4 or 5 topics that I'm working on for Region 20, and I would like to consider one of those topics.
Okay, so
There's two.
I would just say approve up to 3 people, and just, if 1 goes fine, 2 goes fine, 3 goes, kind of cap it at that. I mean, you wouldn't want to.
And we're just talking about board members, not Dr. Gibson. All right. I mean, I know he can
Right,
go,
yeah.
he's got we know he has enough money.
That's a separate call to make, I guess, but yeah.
So we're just talking about board members, Dee Dee?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I've always been an advocate, especially NSBA. Again, I didn't get much of a chance to go this year here, but it is a good opportunity to go see other trustees from around this country and learn about different things. And I know some districts literally do send their whole board to these kind of things, which I think is overkill. On the other hand, you shouldn't have nobody. I mean, I think it's a good idea to have 1 to 3 people go, and whether you present or not.
So we have to,
So a clarifying question is, if we are selected to present, does that reduce the amount of money that we're gonna have to pay? Do they have?
No, they've never given a stipend
never-
or anything.
Okay, so
I think they charge you to present.
So either way, we're gonna have to pay.
I mean, it sounds kind of unfair, but even if you are a presenter, you get no discount, you get no free hotel, I mean, you get nothing. Yeah.
I would say 4 to just be safe. 4.
Okay, that's fine.
So we need a motion.
We need a motion for 4. How do-
I move that the Board of Trustees approve 4 SCUCISD School Board Trustees to attend the National School Board Association Annual Conference, March 30th through April 1st, 2019, in Philadelphia, PA, and authorize the district to submit the following. I'll stop there.
Yeah.
Estimated cost in the amount of $2,500 to $3,000 per person associated with this travel will be funded out of the 2018-19 general operating budget.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second by Jerry. Any
Yeah, let me
discussion?
just ask a follow-up question. I should know this, but I mean, do we have a separate budget line item for board member training, and how much do we put into that per year?
No,
Wait, or-
as far as what you attend.
I know plenty of districts have a per trustee training allotment that each person gets, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,000, whatever. And then each individual trustee kind of does what they want to do. Some districts have a pool of money. Is this more or less how we budget right here by saying ahead of time, here, it's okay to go?
Yes.
Does
and
that
I
make
think
sense?
it's-
Like, we don't really have a pool of money that spend it, don't spend it. I mean,
Right, we just try to, I guess, listen to what trustees are interested in and budget accordingly.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries 6-0 for 4 people. Request for board approval solicitation for Rose Garden Elementary School instructional materials and supplies. Request for proposal number 18-034, whatever S, presented by Matt Rivera.
S is for supplies. That helps us keep things straight. V is for services, and C is for construction. So, over 100 vendors downloaded on our e-marketplace the solicitation for over 800 line items. However, not everyone bid on everything. So we're only recommending a total of $209,000 to the vendors listed. That's the cumulative total of all their, what they were awarded, or recommended for award, rather. And the items that weren't bid upon, which were identified by the campus in their base book as requirements, will have to go out and get competitive quotes through our board-approved purchasing cooperatives to find those. So you'll be keeping a look on your purchases over $50,000 on your board report to see what those are. Mr. Pruski just asked me, what did we spend for the furniture and equipment for Cibolo Valley? And that was a brand new campus. That was $440,000. Rose Garden is bringing some with them, so we expect it to be less than what we originally budgeted, but just in case, it's there. So that's for instructional materials and supplies for the new Rose Garden campus to be received beginning July 9th.
May I have a motion?
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the unit pricing from the attached list of companies recommended for the provision of instructional materials and supplies for the new Rose Garden Elementary School as per solicitation 18-034S. Funding is provided under the 2016 bond.
Second.
We have a motion and a second by Ed Finley. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries 6-0. Next, we will have request for board action, solicitation for universal academic screening, response to intervention, request for proposal number 18-045S, presented by Matt Rivera and Veronica Goldhorn.
This is a very exciting, well, of course, they're all exciting solicitations. response to intervention, I've learned so much about that thanks to Veronica Goldhorn and her team. Universal screening is the first step in identifying students who are at risk. This screening funding was previously provided by the state. That's an annual cost of about $200,000 that we're now having, well, the district is funding. It's no longer funded by the state. Thanks to Veronica and the team of administrators who looked at all the different submissions that we had, 9 different submissions, and they came up with these 3 companies that we'd like to interview, if you will, and score them and select the 1 or 2 that's going to be the academic screeners for our district moving forward. And something unusual that's not necessarily academic but behavioral RTI. We've got some companies also here that'll help us to do some screening there in that area. Now, you can see the scores on the academic, and Mrs. Goldhorn, if you wanted to add, how was that evaluation process? It was very intense, I know.
Very tedious when you're looking at 500-page documents, looking for all of the scope of work in order to meet the needs of what we're looking for. So it was, I think my eyes were crossed by the end of the day, by the end of that time. But we got through it. We found some really top-notch companies. So our next step is, through the help with Matt's department, is setting up interviews with our top 3 and top 2, and asking some specific questions that we still have as a committee. And we are working on creating those questions, what would help us drill down to what really will meet our needs in our district for academics in the area of reading and math, and then for behavior. Looking at social emotional learning as well in that RTI for behavior.
Can I get a motion? I was just gonna get a motion before we discuss it.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the vendor submitted and authorize the administration to negotiate and execute contracts with 1 or more of these firms on behalf of the district to acquire these screening services as per solicitation 18-045S.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Hey, just for clarification, and that's what I was gonna ask, the draft on here is just because the companies haven't been selected yet? Okay.
Now we're just in the midst of still drilling down which company would be the best fit for the scope of work that we're looking for.
Right. You should have a hard copy of the final version with the number, with the recommended top 3. NCS, Pearson, Northwest Evaluation, Renaissance. These are nationally recognized.
Yeah.
firms.
I guess I just didn't understand. I guess I was confused because we have the names, but then it has drafts. I didn't know what we were.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. So are we, okay. So tonight we're just voting to move forward with the process. Okay. Just make sure I understand.
And we're having to use our general operating fund because the state decided not to fund it anymore, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a possibility that it can go over the, well, it says estimated annual cost of 200, so.
We would, in the next phase, in the final phase, we would be negotiating with the companies, as we know that we do have a price tag listed in what we've earmarked in our budget. Now, if that should go over, this is something that I would defer to working with Matt's department and Paige Maloney's department on. We really want this particular product. Is there a way to find dollars to fund it in meeting the needs of struggling kids? So that's, that goes to that question earlier, and, when we're looking at programs, do we have the dollars to fund it?
Yeah, in this case, we'll just go cut Scott Lenhoff's budget.
So it's going to be tough. These are very expensive products.
Mr. Finley?
Well, so I guess this is item 4,235 of the state says, we used to fund, but it's up to you if you really want to keep it.
Well, it's not up to us. It's really a compliance issue. We are required in the area of reading
That's what I was
to
gonna get
provide a
to.
diagnostic instrument for specific grades. So
That's
there's
what I was
partial.
gonna, that's what I was gonna get to, another unfunded mandate.
Yes.
We're required to have it, and yet the state goes, no, we're not funding it. So again, it's something else we have to add to our ever expanding list of, you figure out where the money's gonna come from, and, because we're not doing it. So, obviously we need to do this. I mean, if it's, is this a requirement from the state or the federal government, or where's this mandate coming from?
This is a requirement from our state in regards to the diagnostic instrument. I'd have to look deeper in regards to what is required from our federal programs.
The state's good enough, because the state's gonna follow the federal mandate most of the time, except when it comes to autism, which they don't wanna do that either. So, yeah, it's something we need to do. So you think,
It was in the budget this year, too. We budgeted for it this year because we knew it was coming. It is budgeted for next year. And it's mandated K through 3.
yeah, it's just making the point of, here's,
Yeah.
like I said, item 4,235, that the state says, you gotta have it, but we're not gonna give you the money for it, so you figure out where it comes from. Yeah, obviously we have to have it. I think it's a good idea that we go ahead and do that, because if we don't know where they're at, we sure as heck can't know where they're going or help them get there, so
Right.
we gotta do it. So I just want to have that out there to the public, saying, here's another unfunded mandate. Thank you very much, state. Okay.
So in the budget, this would, let's just say we ran another, sort of that circular diagram of the budget, this would be considered a consultant? Or no, no?
No, it's an instructional material
Constructional
technology
materials.
software.
So
yeah.
this is, okay, so this is.
And we've had this, we've had a product like this for many, many years. It's just, we're having to pay for it now.
This is currently part of
Right.
our priorities with our goals. You've heard it referred to as iStation. As we determine the reading levels at certain grade levels, we have the goal that's currently written around the second grade, students reading on grade level by second grade. That's the instrument or the tool that we use to measure those things, and that'll be a part of our next priority 1 as well, is how do we ensure that we're meeting those goals and reading based upon the draft of the template for the scorecard reading at the early grade levels is a priority as well. So it's multifaceted, but as Ms. Maloney said, it's been budgeted since the state took it away. We found out that late last summer, and so that's a process of just continuation now of looking at new products and different products.
It's a mandate.
And that was my question, because you're saying we've always had this, it's just not funded now. But now, since we are having to pay for it ourselves, we're just trying to see if this is the best product out there.
Exactly.
Or if there are other ones that are
Yes, sir.
better. Okay.
Yes, sir.
We had some really good competition, 9 different companies, it's good.
Just had a thought, going back to my original comment from 14 items ago. How much are we having to fund this year or last year that the state or the federal government requires us to do that they are no longer funding? Is there a list of that? Because again, that goes right back to the state's not paying for it, they're mandating us to do it, therefore that squeezes our budget even more every year, and it's getting worse and worse. And I think the public's gotta know that, so that they understand that we're doing the best we can. We're trying to stretch those dollars as far as we possibly can, and the state is saying, we're not paying for it, but by God, you gotta have it. I think it goes right back to, if we're gonna take the hit for it, we need to put the onus or the blame where it actually belongs. And it's not on us. We're trying to follow the law, we're trying to follow the mandates that come down to us, and our dollars are getting hit huge.
TASA and TASB have that list. We'll just
Perfect.
send it to the board.
Yes.
Perfect,
And
very good.
they use it every legislative session.
Yeah,
So-
very perfect. I like to see that, just for my own grins. Thank you.
Can I make one final comment? And I don't want to be the guy that keeps us here at 10:30, but I will probably be that guy. Hey, when we did the exit interviews last week, one of the things that came out of that was that the students there said, we just have a different learning style, and we were at Allison still, and being in a bigger classroom just wasn't conducive to us. We need that one-on-one teaching, and having that has made us much more successful in the environment they're in. So with the program currently y'all have, are we seeing good success rates identifying students based on the criteria that it says in here? I mean, is it identifying the students that need to have that whatever level of alternate.
Within academics in the area of reading and math, both of these, all of these top programs that we're looking at is a pre-K through the 12th grade model. Now, in the past, when we used iStation, it went up to, I want to say, into the 7th grade and only. That was for reading. And then for math, I believe it went all the way up. We used Imagine Learning, went up to geometry. This will expand it in looking at opportunities to catch more kids who are struggling. In addition to that, this will also help with that social emotional learning piece in regards to behavior, because that is something that is very crucial in looking at serving kids. We have to meet their emotional needs first before we can even attempt to get them to learn. So we're also, this gives us an opportunity to look at that piece as well. So we're expanding that, casting that net wider in looking at not just the learning piece, but also emotionally, how can we help a child succeed?
Personally, I just think anything that helps identify students, whether it's behavioral, whether it's academic, that can get the focused learning that they need, or the behavioral focus that they need, I think it's great. And if we can expand that, I think that's even greater. So I think it's a great program, speaking as an individual board member.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 6-0. Getting ready to go into the board will now adjourn in a closed session. Nope. Nope. Solicitation for district roof repair services by J.D. Mosley and Matt Rivera.
Mr. President, members of the board, we thank you for your indulgence here. This bid opening we just had yesterday, and we sent some information out in advance, and thankfully we're able to bring this to you tonight. We also did an extensive review process yesterday on the proposals received, and we're recommending all 3 vendors who submitted. This is the order that they were scored. We had a number 1 clearly stand out, and the other 2 actually tied. So we did say that this was going to be a multiple award in our solicitation package, so that we'll have a primary and perhaps a secondary, and if the market gets busy, we have someone else to choose from. I don't know if Mr. Mosley, you want to add the value that you think this may add to us?
Well, it's just going to give us an opportunity to, if you've driven around Schertz right now, you see all the different signs that are out there, and I mean, this is one of the reasons why we go ahead and award multiple vendors here. So, yeah, I know there's lots of them. So, by having more than one, if one particular one's really busy, then we can go to our second offer here. Kind of goes back to what Mr. Corrector asked about earlier, is getting some of these roofs repaired right now. So we have some money in this year's EPP that was earmarked for roofing repairs for this summer to be completed. So that's what we'll be doing.
This is something unique. We haven't done one like this, and it was JD and his staff recommended that we consider an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity type contract for a small construction project. So no individual order will be over $100,000. This is focused on repairs. If we have a major roof repair that's going to be several $100,000, we're going to go full and open competition. This and to get the best value for the district. This is for repairs. However, we did compete the unit prices on this, so this is competitive. But the bigger the volume, the potential savings could be more for the district. Thank you, JD.
We have a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the list of contractors submitted and authorize the administration to negotiate and execute contracts to acquire these roof repair services for district facilities as per solicitation 18-009C. Funds are available for these requirements under the General Operating Fund.
I second.
I have a motion and a second by Jerry. Any further discussion?
Yeah, sure. So part of the reason I think we see all these signs all over town is because there's a recent hailstorm, various reasons like that. And I think a lot of these people are taking advantage of it to some extent because insurance is paying part of it. Have we experienced any damage similar to that insurance ultimately pays for, or are we footing the bill for this, or is it just General maintenance.
After the storm that we had, we got on all of our roofs and did an assessment on all of our roofs, and we didn't sustain any damage to our roofs from this last storm. So luckily, our roofs are a little bit more sturdy than our residential roofs are.
Okay. Thanks.
And the question I had, based on a previous question I asked you about the other money, is this just basically to get us, is this to repair major stuff that needs to be repaired now in anticipation that the other money comes in and we can finish what we need to do, or what's the difference?
Depending on the size of the projects, if we were to have that other money come in, then some of them may go, like Mr. Rivera said, we may bid the larger ones out.
Okay.
And then some of the smaller ones, we would take through this route to be able to make those repairs.
Yes, sir. And this particular right here, is this just stuff that we've immediately identified that needs to be fixed right now?
Yes, sir. We did an assessment last year of all the district roofs.
Yes, sir.
And so we have a 10-year plan on all the different things that need to be done. Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed, motion carries 6-0. This board will now adjourn in a closed session pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.072, deliberations pertaining to real property, authorization to deliberate the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, 551.074, deliberations pertaining to personnel matters, authorization to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an officer or employee. We adjourn closed session 9:43. We're back in session at 10:04. The board may consider and take action on any of the following items. Request for board action employment of contractual personnel presented by Linda Cannon.
Yes, these positions, and the list provided in closed session will be funded from the 2017-18 and 18-19 general operating budget. And the positions are, again, replacing or new positions for next year.
I move, oh,
No, go for it, Mike.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the list as presented of probationary personnel for the 2018-2019 school year.
Second.
We have a motion and second by Ed Finley. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 6-0. We have a request for board action, personnel probationary contract recommendations, 2018-19, presented by Linda Cannon.
Yes, these are the probationary contracts for the 18-19 school year and will be funded out of the 18-19 general operating budget.
I just did probationary. We flipped that. When I just was talking, we talked about, I did probationary. I'll read the other one. We just approved the probationary list the first time.
So we need the contractual.
I'll do the contractual. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the employment list as presented of contractual personnel for the 2017, 2018, and 2018, 2019 school year.
Second.
Motion and a second by Finley. Any discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. Motion carries 6-0. Board items for review and discussion. Review of board agenda, planning calendar, and request for future discussion or action items.
We have a board workshop going over budget and TRE on June 5th at 6 p.m. And then we have our regular board meeting June 19th at 6 p.m.
June 5th, I thought that's Allison Steele, no? What day is Allison's? Oh, that's Tuesday. Oh, okay.
But I will not be here for that one, so.
Anything else? Oh,
I'm flipping to the other calendar. Well, it doesn't say which dates. We also have graduations. Allison Steele is on the 6th, is that correct? I mean, that's at,
Can you just give the dates for the graduation real quick? Do you have them?
but it's not at the,
No,
at
Laurie
Freeman.
Auditorium on the 6th.
Say it again, where is it?
Laurie Auditorium on the 6th and the 7th and 8th at Freeman Coliseum at 7:30.
And at 7:30 at night. I had it on my
is everybody gonna be able to attend all of the graduations except for Amy?
I'll be gone Wednesday. I'm traveling 3 days that week for work, so I'll be gone. I will not be able to be at Allison Steele's. I'll be at the other two.
What's this one thing on the 5th?
The 5th is a call board meeting for the budget, more budget review and TRE discussion.
Are we also
It's
discussing
not-
INS?
This is our standard workshop.
That makes one heck of a week.
Well, we don't have to meet, the item that's probably pending, I mean, we went over the stuff tonight, is the trustees had asked us to bring back a compensation plan for 1%, 1.5%, 2%, I think, those increments. We haven't closed that loop.
Was
you-
INS on that one too?
Well, it's if you want it to be, we also, if you look at that structure of the budget committee over the fall, there's gonna be a lot of time for that.
Okay.
We could do that if the board wanted to. Yeah, we can tell him to not come. Yeah, well, or come. It's the board's discretion. I mean, if the board, he's gonna have 5 meetings with us this year. He usually only has 1. I think he's gonna feel like he's adequately been here.
Is there board feeling one way or the other to have June 5th? Or is that too many? 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th? That's too many?
That's a lot.
We can,
So we'll bring that.
Just blow the whole
Find
week.
something.
We can take it off the calendar, that's not a
Yeah.
problem.
Or make it the next week.
Well, we can just deal with it at the June board meeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I would recommend.
I'm just thinking that's just overload to the max, so.
It just, the rationale for workshops is to go a little deeper.
And the June board meeting won't have all the recognition that we're used to.
That's true. So we could do a workshop and then go to a regular board meeting, and the workshop probably won't last more, maybe 15, 20 minutes of that.
You can include everything in the regular board meeting.
Regular
You don't
board
have
meeting.
to have it separated.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
We'll have the Tri-County luncheon on the second Tuesday, the Northeast Partnership on the second Thursday, and the chamber luncheon will be on the third Tuesday, like our board meetings. There is no coffee with the chamber this month because it's on Memorial Day weekend, that Friday right before Memorial Day. So you're not gonna be able to have coffee with the chamber, John. I'll buy you a cup.
And
All right.
are there any other future agenda items that any board member would want to post it?
Mr. President, I request that on the next board member meeting, in light of the conversation tonight, that we add the IB program on there for an overview, please.
For the June meeting?
If we need two trustees, I'll second that.
We have a, okay, IB discussion item for the June board meeting. Anything else, any other items? There is, I would like to request one to do, there has been some people have commented that has not been a closing of the loop on some of the questions that the board member has asked the administration for. So if any board member can either please forward those to Dr. Gibson and include me in on them so we can get all of those questions. I know that some of them from John are due to be posted in this week's board agenda, but Priscilla was obviously sick. But I think occasionally I'll come across a board member that says, hey, these questions have not been answered in a timely manner. So if there's any outstanding questions you want answered, please, let's get it out of the way, close the loop so we can move on from some of these other questions and move forward.
And Mr. Westbrook,
Yes.
I know Priscilla's been trying to get a date for the board training, the Team of 8 training with Ed Barra from Region 20. And we're looking at July 17th. It's already on the calendar for a called board meeting for the superintendent's formative. But he is available that night if everybody is planning on attending. We can go ahead and get that started and get the good governance inventory out for everybody to complete ahead of time.
I'll be in Honduras.
I'm gone too.
Okay, so we won't have that on the thing.
I'm sorry.
We don't have my formative either.
Yes, so we may just, we'll have to reschedule that particular meeting.
Hey, can I just ask one question? I don't know if it's out of order or not, but since you brought it up, one of the questions I had asked about I understand the circumstances, was the cords for graduation based on and I don't need to know it, but based on the committee's findings, if there were some that were added, will the students be able to wear them to graduation if they were, I know there's a committee that looked at it, and if there were some additional ones that said, hey, these are some that we think should be added, will they have that opportunity, or? I know it's kind of.
For this year's graduation?
Yes, sir.
The reg that was submitted that you should be getting a copy of was having that meeting with the principals who also were a part of that. That would start with the 18-19 school year.
18-19.
Yes, sir. But there's a whole plan in there that's drawn out with that reg.
Thank you.
If there are no objections, 10:13, we're adjourned.